So it's into the void now, me girls and me boys. From mother's hands we go. We'll be sailing to the sun till the voyage is done. Then we'll be sleeping in the cold below. Sisters below, below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Yes, we're all bound down to the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold below, below, sleeping in the cold below. Our sailing ships for the hard and the quick, we roll our load and go. There's a living to be made, or there's hell to pay when you're sleeping in the cold below. Sisters below, below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Yes, we're all bound down to the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold below, below, sleeping in the cold below. There's a man on high with the devil in his eye and a golden hand, I'm told. It can hurt you, it can hold you, he can kick you or console you when you're sleeping in the cold below. Sisters below, below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Yes, we're all bound down to the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold below, below, sleeping in the cold below. Sisters, you so wise and true, when it's my time to go, won't you lay me down under granum crowns, and I'll be sleeping in the cold below, below, sleeping in the cold below. Sisters below, below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Yes, we're all bound down to the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold. Sisters below, below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Yes, we're all bound down to the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold below, below, sleeping in the cold below, below, sleeping in the cold below. Today we sail on the solar rail.
Oh no, we've stopped. Hold on.
So farewell with a kiss, then it's fast for the mist.
There we go.
Till we're all sleeping in the cold.
Sing along, everyone!
Below.
Wait, does she sing it again? Oh. Sisters below, below. Oh, shit. This has all gone wrong. It's all gone wrong. Anyway, ladies, gentlemen, and friends from beyond the binary, welcome to Warframe and my really poor timing. 1 week, this didn't run long enough. 1 week, it ran too quick, and now we're back to running too quick again. Dear. Anyway, man, you are setting us up for party of our lifetime, and all we got was the greatest despair. SMH my head. Hey, Andy, question. Hey, Dolphin Jam, how are you? Andy, how's it feel being in the final bastion of the giant sci-fi Whoa, okay, hold on. Time out. If this is about Destiny, I'm gonna say right here, right now, on a surface level, I think Destiny and Warframe, sure, there's some similarities, but they're not the same. I will die on that hill. They are not the same game. But yeah, I'm gutted to hear about Destiny. Of course I am. I played that game for a fair few hours many years ago. I had malfeasance. I played a lot of that game mode. But yeah, I think people saying to, Destiny fans, oh, hey, don't worry, there's this perfect replacement that's known as Warframe, is a weird thing to say. A really weird thing to say. Yeah, because I don't think it's a correct sort of correlation there. So, yeah. I'm gutted for Destiny fans, but at the same time, if Warframe isn't for them, it's not for them. It's not for them. So, yeah, moving on. Anyway, hello everyone, welcome. Hello Dream Girly, Sandwich, Inevitable Choice. Let's play this again. So we've got something in the background playing while I'm talking to you. Sandwich, Inevitable Choice, Risque View, Citizen number 7, Pi, Luke, Risque, Hiss, Lively Havoc, Crit, Jumping Spirit, Dream Girly, Tiger, Divinity, Pi, Jumping Spirit again, Life, or Leaf, sorry, Andy, welcome, how are you, Inevitable Choice, hello there, Lissa, Shadowclaw, Rob, or Rob BLT, hello, welcome, Oob, Servador, Clem, hello there, Stark Insane, welcome, Featherfire, hello, hopefully you're well, The Demon 421YT, hello, Jess2K, hello there. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to diving into the Leverian today, though I will admit there is one specific frame who is available in the Leverian who I do not have access to, and that is Atlas. So I don't know if I will not look at Atlas's Leverian, or maybe if we have the ability to do so, maybe we can jump on in to the quest to unlock Atlas, and then we can look at the Leverian for Atlas. Maybe. We'll figure that out when we get there. But yeah, we're going to have a real deep dive on all of them. Of course, I come equipped with an open notepad, Leverian time. I'm ready to make every single note possible on all of the information which is dispensed unto us through the Leverian. So yeah, it's going to be good. I'm looking forward to this. Ifree, hello there, or Afree. I remember you taught me how to say your name, and I feel like I've butchered it already. Welcome. Winterfall, hello. Paragon, hello again. The thing is, I wouldn't describe Warframe as a looter shooter. The thing is, the comparison between Warframe and Destiny, I think, sort of starts and ends with sci-fi, space, guns, supernatural abilities, a narrative. But then when you get into the actual meat and potatoes of the gameplay, and yeah, the gameplay, they're not similar at all. But anyway, I understand that for a lot of people, that set dressing, the understanding that you're playing a sci-fi game set in outer space with guns, is enough for some people. Right? There's a crossover, a pretty heavy crossover, clearly, with people who play Warframe and people who like Mass Effect, for example. They're not the same game, but there are similar things in them which will hopefully appeal to people. So I can definitely see why people would imagine Destiny players could very easily come over to Warframe and enjoy it. But I think, again, on a more macro scale, or micro scale, I should say, you can it's a harder sell. And I don't think it's on Warframe players, Tenno, to go to Destiny players and say, here's your replacement. Because it's not that simple. But no, I am gutted, because I know a lot of people absolutely love Destiny. And again, for a time, I played it many years ago, and I enjoyed it too. So here's hoping that, a sequel comes around eventually, and that can appease the fans of that game. So yeah, the concept of an in-game lore museum was really cool. Marco, I agree. I think it's a really nice feature, and I can only hope that as time goes by and more players interact with the Leverian, because I imagine internally Digital Extremes have statistics on how many people are actually interacting with it. Maybe if enough people do get interested and check it out, that will then give them the green light to go ahead and produce more Leverian entries for other Warframes, right? Because I understand that obviously they're not all in there at the moment. Will we ever get them all in there? Again, I imagine that is determined by the interest of the player. They're a studio that operates a free-to-play game. You got to imagine that their sort of wiggle room for, introducing these sorts of things is sort of focused more so on content which more people will engage with, due to the maybe more limited funding, but I don't really know the ins and outs of that. Gotten, hello there. Neon Phoenix, hello. How are you today? Draco Volt, hello there. Welcome. Hopefully you're well. Ninzard Zavis TV, welcome. I will unpause alerts in a moment. We will have some alerts playing in again, a short moment. Just as soon as I'm caught up here. Lively Havoc, hello there. Dolphin Jam, I Dislike Noodles, hello there. I don't know, I'd love to get a bunch of sentient NPCs. Same. We can talk theories for the future. Maybe when I'm done with the Leverian today, we can have a good look. So, yeah, I'm down. I'm down for that. Fish, hello there. Welcome. Cardus Benedictus, hello. Echo Axiom, hello, nerds. Hello, Echo. How are you? Eric Franca, hello there. How are you? Kayata, hello. Tubbsy, hello. I am feeling comfy. Leverian time. I got down my standing fan from the loft because we are in the middle, or the start, should I say, of a pretty big heat wave in the UK. This Sunday, we are expecting highs in my region of 36 to 37 degrees Celsius in May. Like, that will be record breaking if it does in fact happen, which it's looking like it is. Today we are zooming towards 30 degrees. So yeah, the fan is down, and that's gonna hopefully keep me from dying in here and turning into a raisin on camera in front of you all. Nate Man 42, welcome. How are you? Lovely to see you. After the news from yesterday, I need to pick me up, and this is it. Nate, get yourself in here. Get yourself in here. Destiny 2 has given me an experience that Warframe definitely couldn't. I miss it, and I miss loving it. Destiny 2 was amazing. May it rest in peace. But Warframe is like a good friend there to comfort me for my loss. Hear, hear. And something... I know maybe I don't have the ability to sway a whole community, but I would implore people to not get tribalistic, because I see it happen all too often in these sorts of spaces. You know, I come from an MMO background, and I've seen tribalism run rife between, you know, pinnacle MMORPGs. Obviously, of late, it's been FF14 and the World of Warcraft, and people can get so tribalistic and defensive about their game that they do so at the detriment of another game, and to sort of knock them down. And I've not seen any of that here, right, in chat today, but I just have seen a little bit of it online, and it just kind of sucks, you know? A bunch of people, millions of people who enjoyed that game, and, you know, obviously quite upset about it. Now is not the right time to be like, yeah, well, sucks to suck, my game's better. You know, I think we can do better than that as hashtag gamers, you know what I mean? Luke, welcome. Good to see you today. Destiny got me to play 14, and that is all I will say about that. Well, there you go, Luke. It's pretty good. Hey, Andy, will you be continuing your RimWorld playthrough? The plan is to do so, yes, Neogenesis. I'm in a weird situation at the minute where I'm not going to be here next Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday on account of my wife and I and our son. We're going to go over to Northern Ireland to go and see her family. Not to bring the mood down, but her grandmother, who we're going to go and see, is essentially on end-of-life care, and we're just going up there to essentially say our goodbyes. So it's going to be a pretty somber weekend into next week. So I'm not going to be here Monday through Wednesday, which means no RimWorld. That's why I'm not going to begin BioShock next week. The week after, hopefully, after what feels like an eternity of updating you all on it, I should have the new office ready. So I'm going to have to move everything out there and prepare everything, and that's going to take some days to get done. So, yeah, there's a lot of delays at the minute, and it's, you know, the office, for example, was meant to be done by the end of March. And that's why I was tentatively saying, oh, we'll do Cyberpunk in like late March, April. And now we're nearly in June. You know, it's been such a pain in the ass because, you know, a lot of this tied into my decision to stop the Warframe playthrough when I did, because I thought, okay, this feels like a good stopping point. I can then begin to prepare something next. It's been a nightmare, but we're nearly at the end of this dark, miserable tunnel. Did you hear that about the Warframe fan animation project? I've not, but I'm definitely curious to check that out. It's not here's your replacement, it's here, this might comfort you. I agree with that, Jess. Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that. And I will say, in the situation I'm talking about, I've seen people do it in the replacement way, you know. On a macro scale, 14 has user macros. Why did I get an Ivara blueprint as a login reward? I got the same, Taz, about 3 weeks ago. Out of nowhere. I have no idea why. I currently have 7 prime frames cooking in my frantic attempt at catching back up after being away for so long. Zay, which frames specifically do you have cooking over there? Hopefully you enjoy. Howdy, Andy. Followed you on YouTube for a long while. Nice to see a stream. Also, as a D2 player, long ago, Warframe player, and listening to Warhammer 40k content last night, we need to remember it's only a war crime if there are survivors. That's spoken like a true 40k enjoyer. The Call of the Void is strong, but Tenno hearts are stronger. How long until the Call of the Void overpowers and makes the heart turn into a cold, golden heart? When do desensitized ears block? Dolphin? I don't know. You tell me. Have I tried No Man's Sky? A long time ago, and I enjoyed it for what it was, but I've not returned for maybe 6 years? Maybe, give or take. It's been a while. It's been a hot minute. But yeah, I'm for sure down to check that out at some point in the future and give that a go. Login rewards can be blueprints of something you haven't mastered. Yeah, I did get an interesting weapon the other day that I think is only normally available via the Nightwave. So I was quite happy about that. Hey, Andy, talk to DE about bringing back raids. I don't know if it was last week or the week before, but we did have a bit of a discussion about raids in the wake of Pablo's explosive comments. Yeah, I mean, the game would have to be, there'd have to be some pretty extreme limitations placed on us, the players, if they were to introduce raids in such a way. And I think what I said is, if they're going to go down the raid route, I think they'd have to power cap frames with a specific loadout. Otherwise, you know, we're in a game which is essentially sci-fi space power fantasy, right? You can deal, if you want to, numbers which cannot be computed in the typical traditional sense. Like, when you play a game that allows you to deal those sorts of numbers, you cannot have traditional raids. There has to be some sort of pre-made, preset loadout that you go in with. So, but yeah, I don't think it would be a priority for them unless they just had an explosive amount of growth which allowed them to work on projects like that. I was thinking the heat would be bad here in Denmark, but the highest temp is 25. Yeah, when my wife and I are going over to Northern Ireland, it's 20 over there, and it'll be mid-30s over here. So I'm thankfully escaping most of the heat, thankfully. I think the biggest problem is that people that I played with that like Destiny, none of them like the same other games, so it's very hard to regain that group around something. Yeah, it's a very specific kind of game, isn't it? Yo, this is such a big W. 7TV just hides my chat button starting from tomorrow, and it has this setting turned off. Why? I would say that's not a big W, Yuki. That's a big L. What is happening there? I don't use 7TV, so I've got no idea. Andy has internal DE info. He is saying that if we visit the Leverian enough, could you imagine? Yeah, I've slid into like their DMs and be like, guys, how many likes and retweets to get more Leverian content? I wish. The ones that I've experienced so far I thought were really good, and I'm very excited to dive into the rest of them today. So, yeah. Meanwhile, in Colorado, I'm freezing my butt off because my building manager lost his annual game of chicken with the weather and flipped the central air to AC right before a cold front. Mr. Rogers, I'm so sorry. That sounds nightmarish. Something sucks to suck. Everyone should play my married... Whoa, what did you just say, Sign? It is impressive, but also kind of sad just how many similar games Warframe has outlived, though. Basically a large majority of the genre at this point. Well, if you look at the graph for the growth of Warframe, it bucks the trend by being an inverse of other games which came out around that time, where they start off at their peak, and then gradually over the years, it's a slow decline, right? And... again, if you go back and watch my video where I say, you know, play Warframe, it's a great game, take note of the fact that I did not do so at the detriment of knocking down another game in the process. And that was a very specific thing I did. I could have very easily said, hey, look, Warframe did better than X, Y, and Z. You know, it's better than Destiny, and, you know, the dev team is the best dev team ever, and yeah, better than Destiny. But ultimately, it doesn't really do much. In a vacuum, that's where you should be sort of analyzing and reviewing it, and in a vacuum, it's incredible, regardless of what else is out there. But no, the growth that Warframe has had since its release, and knowing that they peaked their player numbers and internal stats around the time of the old piece, that's incredible, isn't it? Like, that's special. And I can only imagine, given what we know so far of what's going to be coming later this year, it's got to peak again then. I don't see how it can't. Like, it's going to be so big, right? Tau, guys. Tau. It's coming. I remember when FF14 musician groups played the Invincible in-game when WoW refugees were looking for alternatives when the game was not going in a good direction. Yeah, I definitely ran into similar things like that when I played 14, Tubbsy. What's the plan with Bioshock? Playing all three? Zictive? Yeah, maybe. It depends on how I get on with Game 1. I imagine I will like it, and if I do, the plan is to do all of them. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Like, I may play Bioshock 1 and hate it. I doubt that will happen. But if I do enjoy it, then yeah, Bioshock 1, Bioshock 2, Infinite, though I don't really want to talk about the games too much for spoiler reasons, but I am very aware of the fact that Infinite isn't held in as high a regard as the former two. But nonetheless, I'm down to check it out if it's something people want me to see. So, sure. I can't wait for Constellations just because I can't stand the launcher Shadowgrapher music. It creeps me out. I definitely suffer with that as well. I'm not the biggest fan of the creepy music at login. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Really looking forward to Constellations. You have any history with Cyberpunk, or have you just known about 2077? I don't think I've got any experience with prior Cyberpunk stuff, the tabletop game, for example. When 2077 came out, I did play it for a little bit. No memory of it. I hasten to add, I didn't play it that much. So yeah, it's yeah, something I'm looking forward to diving into. I just had so many bugs when I first played it back in, God, it was 6 years ago, right? I think it came out 5.5, going on 6 years ago. So, you can get any market blueprint sold with credits as a daily reward. You can play as Male V. I don't know who I'll be playing as. I've got no idea. If I could call DE out on any one thing, it would be the state of Valkyr's lore. Valkyr, well, there you go. I was going to say, what lore? I'm guessing that's what you mean. Yeah, I'd like to see them flesh everything out in time. I mean, we're getting a little bit more Garuda, so it'll come in time, I imagine. I'm good at breaking the game. The primes are Baruch, Gara, Garuda, Gauss, Grendel. Wow, you've got an alphabetical order there, Zay. That's very well done. This is why ETA and EDA have loadout restrictions, but a lot of people don't like these either. That's the tricky thing, isn't it? Because I'm not really in a position to talk about this, because I'm not like... I didn't raid in Destiny, for example, and I'll use it as a point of... an example point, just because of the nature of what we're talking about. How many people play Warframe for that kind of experience? At the minute, nobody, because it doesn't exist. So for them to devote the resources to working on what might be like a really extensive raid, it's a bit of a risk, considering their content cadence. If they release an update for a raid, and let's say 80% of players just don't give a shit about raids, then, you know, the player base will drop off for like 3-4 months between patches, because you've got these people who just don't care. So I don't know how they would introduce them into the game, but I'd definitely like to see them try at some point, if, you know, means allow them to do so. But yeah, I know. Thank you, Saint. 99% of museum enjoyers stop visiting the Leverian right before they hit DE's internal metrics threshold for content. Reb said it in your review that the game has outlived even the most optimistic estimates. Yeah, it's peaks all the way up. That's the one. It always does. They keep beating their old records. But it's a testament to the fact that the game is just getting better and better. Like, the more I played of the game, the more I realized, oh wow, like, every subsequent update is more or less better than the last one. I say more or less. It was, you know, I wasn't playing the game giving them arbitrary ratings in my mind. Like, okay, A War Within, that's a 7 out of 10. New War or Old Peace, I'll give it an 8 out of 10. Like, I wasn't thinking like that, but I think the most recent updates, you can really tell they've hit their stride. So yeah, very curious to see what they do later this year. Hi Andy, what's the plan with Guild Wars 2? The plan, Vishay, is to bring it back in the form of live streams, which may or may not begin in June. And I say may or may not begin, not to be an arsehole, you know, and not answer the question, but I just don't really know what my timeline is like at the minute, because I'm still waiting for the new office to be ready, and I don't want to promise it's going to be June and then fail to deliver again. But yeah, the plan is to bring it back as a weekly thing that we can do on Wednesdays. Maybe that could be fun. So much Cyberpunk lore to catch up on if you want to start before 2077. Well, I think I'm probably just going to play 2077 with no lore primer. Like, I don't want to play the game and be thinking about a YouTube video I watched where, you know, someone told me all of the background lore. I will let 2077 hopefully teach me that. And for those who are wondering why are we talking about Cyberpunk, next month in June, the brand new offline YouTube only playthrough will begin, and that will be Cyberpunk. So yeah, really looking forward to that. And again, that is not going to be live streamed. I understand a lot of people prefer the offline playthroughs because, of course, there's no chatting with chat and it's focused on the game, and I think it's better for, you know, listening to in the background. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that a lot. But don't worry, these weekly Warframe streams aren't going anywhere. So yeah, that's basically what they removed the raids for in the first place. Well, there you go. See, I wasn't around when Warframe had raids, so I feel like I'm not the right person to talk to. Apologies to this individual because I don't know him yet, but is it tactical something? A Warframe creator. I'm going on YouTube right now. Warframe Tactical Potato? Is this him? Tactical Potato. I'm not even subscribed. Subscribe. There you go. This guy seems like the guy to go to for that kind of stuff. I feel like what I've seen of him, he's got his finger on the pulse of raid stuff, endgame content stuff. I feel like an imposter because I played this game after raids were ever in the game. I can't really say anything. But no, I want to watch some of his videos and get to know the guy, because I've been trying to sort of, like, you know, put the feelers out and see what creators are out there that, you know, I can watch their content and enjoy it. And yeah, I found his I think he did an interview with Megan, I think, maybe Reb as well. I watched that and I thought it was really good. So yeah, he seems like a lovely guy, a really lovely guy. So that really gravitated me towards him. So hello there, hello, welcome, good to see you all. Tactical Potato has been around since the beginning. He was the guy to get builds from. He seems nice and, you know, down to earth, grounded, etc. Yeah, I'm looking forward to checking out some of his stuff and getting to know him more and see what kind of content he puts out there. Sorry, I'm so far behind on chat. Bear with me. Hello, Andy. Hope you're doing well. How's your side quest progress going in Warframe? Well, we might do one today. Maybe. There's a slim chance we maybe do some side questing today to unlock Atlas, because he's the only one within the Leverian which I do not have access to. So, Andy, will you bless us with the Styanax trailer? We can definitely check that out. Maybe not right now, because I do have a date with Drusus to attend, because what's happened is, I think the past 2 weeks of streams I've said, yeah, we'll go to the Leverian today, and then I get impossibly distracted by some weird tangent. So I'm not allowing myself to get distracted after, you know, I've had this opening spiel with all of you. As soon as I'm caught up on chat and we're ready to go, it's Leverian time. Kathmandu, Cat 2, but today Cat 1, hello there. Okay, so New War 7, Old Peace 8. So it should mean whatever's coming in December might be a 9, Cat, if you're lucky. Andy, Dragon Age Origins is a great game. Just upgrade the graphics. You will love the characters. Taz, I'm about to make your day. I have a full playthrough of Dragon Age Origins on my YouTube channel. It is like 30 episodes long. It's a full playthrough. It includes all of the DLC, and I had a really, really good time with it. So much so I made like a sort of lore review video for it. It bombed, but yeah, I really, really liked Dragon Age Origins. So yeah, if you're interested, it's just on the channel somewhere. Yeah, if you go to my series library, I can link it in Twitch chat. Hold on. How many episodes did I do? 29 episodes. And it's linked in Twitch chat. There you go. Enjoy. Have I seen Edge Runners? Okay, I have seen Edge Runners. The specifics of it, I probably will have forgotten. But I did really enjoy Edge Runners. But don't assume that I remember everything, because I definitely did not. As a Warframe lover, I really considered to play Destiny to have a taste of why so many people say it's a good game too. But the time I saw that the new player experience on D2 is just dropping a new Tenno right on the new war, I ran away. I've not played it in a long time, to the point where I don't understand what the new player experience looks like in that game anymore. Half the time you had to bring Loki with radial disarm because it was better to just not interact with the enemies. They were so tanky. Oh, in the raids they used to have. When you get the Gauss, please do Grendel next. They're canonically BFFs. Yes, they are. And they have a joint emote, which you can use if you have the deluxe skins, which is really cute, actually. Make sure to play 2077 with DLC. I've got it. Don't worry. Yeah, we've got the ultimate edition of 2077. So, yeah. Make sure to bring plenty of credits for Drusus. Oh, I've got some for him. Don't worry. Ever planning on playing on Warframe? I'll consider it. I'll consider it. Oh, I see. You were meant to say Soulframe. I was going to say, yeah, I'll think about Warframe, sure. No, I will definitely check out Soulframe, but there's no timeline on that. I've got, 50% of people saying play it now, the other half saying wait a little bit longer, let them cook a little bit more, and then play it. I'm in no rush. Like, if they're going to do like a sort of launch 1.0 experience, I'm happy to wait until then, honestly. There might be like a commercial aspect of me playing it now and getting in there early, but I'm happy to let them, do a little bit more before I dive in. I'll have to think about it and chat with people who have played it before, so they can hopefully help me. Let DE cook. It takes time. Well, I mean, it took me 13 years to get around to playing Warframe. I can wait 13 years for Soulframe. Right? I'm pretty sure that's how it works. I've had a Soulframe key since the first key release, still not booted it. I'm fine to wait. Yeah, and I think, these things, you're expected, if you want to, wait, to wait. Right around the same time you play Kingdom Hearts, yeah. And you don't say years, too late. I already have. Sorry. Yeah, I'll wait for the full release. Okay, I know a bunch of people have been doing things and I need to unpause alerts. What I will do is I'm going to go back to the ship. I'll unpause alerts for all of 5-10 minutes, and then we're going to dive into the Leverian. So, for anyone who has just supported me, here we go. Let's listen to some alerts before we dive on in.
For no particular reason, I'm grateful you have built such a community so welcoming to LGBT+ people.
Aww.
Thank you for being awesome and facilitating this indeed love.
Aw, Lissa, thank you very much
Frame
for the
it.
10 months. I greatly appreciate that. Can we get some love and chat for Lissa? Nemasar, thank you for the 74 months. Welcome back, sir. 74 months. That's a long time, man. That's a very long time. Cravex 999. welcome back for the 2 months of Prime. If we could just please get some love and chat for these wonderful people. They help keep the lights on. They allow me to do this. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate it. And while the alerts are playing, I'm going to... It's a ferret! Hey! Thank you, Lissa.
Gravity Fool gifted a tier 1
that's the
sub to
stuff.
my alter Lego.
Hey! No way! Gravity Fool, thank you for gifting that sub to my alter Lego. Lego, if you are here, welcome. It is lovely to see you. Also, Jess2K, thank you for the subscription.
I welcome you to the knighthood.
I welcome you to the knighthood. Thank you for being here, Jess. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for liking the YouTube stream. Again, as soon as we're caught up
Did
with
someone
alerts...
say it will be 37 degrees this weekend around the UK?
Yeah.
Well, would
Oh.
you look at that? Totally planned. Sorry for making it so hot, Andy.
For those
Good
who missed it...
afternoon, chat. It's B Mahone 47 months sint Andy want thorft ARR end begin has Lou John Key into Corky verse. It horse beans sucker one door for journey to watch and days banduck an imtrudable please shatam wall shot of this community and see how it's grown.
What
I leave
the-
in Chorash EV interactrian that I whore her and you must all now the no matter what you thunk. There is so mean who cares about
I think
you.
I can smell toast. Thank you, Lemon. Risque! Thank you very much for the 10 gifted. Thank you, Risque. Thank you, Lemon, for the nearly 4 years at tier 2. Thank you, Sand, for the 3 years, 1 month at tier 3. Thank you very, very much. Lemon, I have no idea what to say about your resub message. I feel slightly offended
Eesh has
that I had
tipped
to listen to that.
£15, almost weekend Andy and chat. Hope you have a good one.
Thank you, Asik. I will put that £15 towards a takeaway tonight because it is my lovely wife's birthday today. So I will probably order takeaway for us to have tonight. Thank you, Asik. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Beep, boop, beep. San, thanks, buddy. And Ramunez, thank you for the
Bashi
4
has
months.
tipped £39. Did you know that the F26A graph is a symmetric graph with 39 edges?
No. No, Bashul, I didn't.
Balls.
Palping done. Thank you for the balls. Bashul, thank you for the incredibly generous £39. If you don't mind, I will also spend that towards my wife, who I love so much. Thank you, Bashul. And Brat, thank you for the £6.40 super chat. Just gonna put it here that I, a Warframe vet, have started FF14 because of you. Wow. Brat, enjoy. It is a really, really special experience. And I will say...
This is for MRSD20.
Lissa, thank you for the very generous £5. I'll give that to her as soon as I end today. I was going to say, for anyone who wants a fun little game to play, maybe between Warframe patches...
Eesh has tipped £15, so extra takeaway for Mrs. D20. Wish you a happy time.
Oh,
In big
man!
love.
Thank you! Thank you very much, Asig. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Our go-to takeaway, or one of Mrs. D20's favorites, is loaded fries with, like, sweet chili chicken on them. I'll have to sort something out.
Kima Claret has tipped £20. This is for MRSD20. Don't you touch it.
Kima, deal. I won't touch it. Thank you all very much for the support. You've been incredibly kind. And trust me when I say, Kima, I will make sure she gets it. Of course, we're going over to Northern Ireland, as I said. And I'm hoping, you know, I can cover the costs of a lot of stuff when we're over there as sort of like a delayed birthday sort of thing. So, yeah, thank you, everyone. Really, really cannot thank you enough. I will probably, if you don't mind, pause the alerts now so we can go and dive into the Leverian. So thank you sincerely very, very much for all of the generosity. Thank you for the support. I'm going to quickly put up the no alerts or alerts paused sign. Tap the sign, alerts paused. What was I going to say? I was going to say something about FF14. There is a memeable sort of thing that people say, but FF14 has an incredible free trial. I'd recommend it to everyone and anyone. If you like a really intricate narrative, which, you know, if you've watched me, you know I enjoy them, it's really, really worth checking out. It's a really special game. And while it's not Warframe, space sci-fi with guns, there's a lot there to enjoy, and you can play it again on the free trial. I'm not sponsored. Much like my Warframe, you know, play Warframe video, I make these recommendations just out of a love of the game, as opposed to, you know, being paid to say these things. I've just noticed, yes, that we do not have the chat on screen. Let me fix that. It won't be for everyone, Nate. That's the thing. If it is for you, great. But if you play FF14 and think, God, this is actually shit, then it's fine. We live in a day and age where I think more people need to be comfortable with accepting that not every game is going to be for them. The amount of times I see people play a game, go on YouTube and make some sort of hate video, like, I'm going to tell you how much I hate this game. No. Instead of yapping, just uninstall and go play something else. Stop being so miserable. The world's got enough of that as it is. Imagine getting so pent up because you didn't like the, you know, a game. Anyway, I've got mail. What's happening? Nano Racer. Start building a PC in Warframe. Your next part, more PC parts. Control module decoration. The next part, circuits decoration. And then finally, neural sensor decoration. I'll see what I can do. I'll see what I can do. I mean, you know, RTX 5090s. Too much. Too much. Oh, yes. Thank you, Risque. Because I moved it, didn't I? Thank you. We'll put it there. That way people can see. But yes. Get your common sense out of here. We were having a good chat on Discord about it because it's currently rife in other gaming communities that we are sort of a Venn diagram of being in. I'm so glad I'm off social media, so I don't have to read half of the shit that's out there about people with their hot takes on games. The current song is The Unremembered. The Unremembered. I've got it on a big old loop at the moment, so yeah. Anyway, let's go over here, and I will just say, I know a couple people were like, will you be pausing alerts? Yes. Alerts are currently paused. I understand, you know, I've watched people play story-based games, and nothing frustrates me more than when they're in the middle of a really heavy story moment. And then, you know, Bertie Bob 69 420 Sephiroth resubscribes. And they, like, you know, there's a really important monologue. And they're like, oh, hey, Bertie Bob, thank you very much for the 100 months. That's incredible. How's the wife? You know, it's like, pay attention. Pay attention to the game. Stop. So, yeah, I get it. I get it. Don't worry. They're paused. There'll be no chatter now. Okay. Where do I want to begin? Well, I'm playing Dante at the minute, and I'm pretty sure I've already done Dante's, but we can check Dante's out again if people want me to. I think where I'd like to begin is with Grendel. Let's go play as Grendel. My evil plan is ruined! I don't know why, but I imagined you as the villain from Power Rangers. I'm melting! Anyway, what am I doing? Grendel. Grendel Prime. Hello. Andy, that's the Dante loadout. Oh, it is. What am I doing? All right, hold on. Open slot. Grendel. All right, here we go. Grendel. He looks so silly with the Rubico. Sorry, Grendel. Let's fix that. What is, does Grendel have a main weapon? He doesn't, does he? He just has the massacre. What do I reckon he'd rock? Like a launcher? The Purgator? You think a shotgun? The heck? The heck. Felarx, Boar Prime, maybe. Or Cedo Prime. Oh, Cedo Prime, right? It's gotta be. He has a sword? It's the massacre, isn't it? I like putting him with the Unreal Tournament skin. What has the skin? Wait, what has the Unreal Tournament skin? The Trumner. Is it the Trumner that has the skin? I will have a look. Appearance. Appearance? Which one is it? Which one has the skin? The Ogress. Sorry, thank you. Ogress. Appearance. No skin selected. Ogress. Rocket launch. Oh, yes! Guys, yes! I played an ungodly amount of Unreal Tournament 2004. It's sickening how many hours I put into that game. Yeah, I'm happy to rock the Ogress, to be honest. I think that goes really nicely with his skin as well, right? Like, oh yeah, like it looks like it was made for it. Damn, that's girthy. That's a quote. Everyone forgetting the Dragoon. You think we should rock that instead, Crit? I don't have it. I don't have the Dragoon. Why do I not have it? Oh, I've sold it. That's why. I probably used it to make something else. The Dragoon must be something which goes into another weapon. Gravity Fool, right? That is the one that has the flak cannon skin. Well, again, we're already wearing this for cosmetic purposes while we do the Leverian, so I'm not going to worry too much. But yeah, I like that. The Ogress. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right, let's go. Let's go check out the Grendel Leverian. Buckle in, everybody. Get cozy, get comfortable, and allow Drusus.
Hello, hello. Exhibition is that way. Donation box just over there.
To whisper into your ear holes. Probably should have worded that a little bit better, but you get the idea. Here we go. Now, how many credits do I have? I don't think I've got many. And the last time I was stood here, and I failed to donate a good enough sum, the Warframe Twitch channel did come in here, and yeah, they demanded I pay again. So, in order to prevent that from happening, okay, I've got 500,000 credits. That's not good. where are my credits? Let's give 10,000.
Very generous. Thank you.
It's my pleasure. Okay. Again, we do have notes ready to go. So I'll quickly come into here and we'll make a note for Grendel. Okay. Let's go in.
Grendel. Primal. Insatiable. And, as this exhibit will demonstrate, a creature of surprising compassion. After the fall of the Orokin Empire, a surviving Orokin executor, a violet-scented brute named Karishh, lorded over Europa's frozen, famine-struck city of Ridda. Save within his walled manse, the moist and loathsome Karishh lived a lavish life, while his frail citizens obeyed every edict in the hope of receiving his pre-masticated table scraps.
Okay.
As the city starved beneath him, Karishh commanded yet another feast for himself and his gluttonous sycophants. 12 courses for each of his 12 grafted digestive sacs, and one uninvited guest.
What? 12 courses for each of his 12 grafted digestive sacs. Holy, what? That explains so much. when you see the statue of Karishh over within the Tauron Academy, and he kind of reminds me of the Emperor from Dune, with just how tall and cylindrical he is. It makes sense now. If he has 12 grafted digestive sacs attached to his body. Bloody hell. Jaheim, thank you for the 10, buddy. Welcome on in. I'll give you a proper thank you and I'll play the alerts in a bit, but welcome on in, sir. Good to see you. So, Karishh lorded over Europa's frozen famine-struck city of Ridda. He lived within a walled manse, living a lavish life. Meanwhile, his citizens starved beneath him. And again, I'm just making quick bullet points here, and I can copy and paste all of this in eventually. He had 12 digestive sacs grafted onto his body. WTF. That is wild. And this goes to show the gluttony and the greed of the Orokin, right? Sure, it was just Karishh in this instance, but to know that that was possible, it sort of points towards maybe others grafting a smaller amount of these sorts of things, right? VCP, the plan is to play more, and I do play it every day of the week. But I can't do daily episodes for Warframe anymore because, well, I've done all the story, haven't I? And trust me, if I could, I would happily play it daily and make daily episodes. But there's only a finite amount for me to do. So don't worry, more content is here and coming. Massacre.
There remains a shallow trench through the ruins, as if some colossal boulder had crashed from the manse and rolled down the hill. But what if it had rolled up? Imagine, if you will, Karish's Dax on the day, peering out, dumbstruck by what they saw. They readied no blade, sounded no alarm, as the expanding orb of gristle hurled toward them. And then, in a spasm of giblets, Grendel was before them, his cutlery in hand. The massacre.
I love how this is written. And then, in a spasm of giblets, Grendel was before them. I'd love to quickly do like a Control F on every book ever written to see if in a spasm of giblets has ever been strung together before. Like, there can't be many books that contain those words in that order. What I really enjoy, and I know we haven't done all of them yet, but something which I think the Leverian does so well is it paints that picture so vividly, and I love the way it's delivered in these little spoken word chunks by Drusus himself. So yeah, that's the plan, Marco. So when we get the Constellations update, you can expect a new episode then, and that won't be live streamed, I hasten to add. But we still do the weekly Warframe streams, and yes, I know that they're not going to be for everyone because of the nature of a live streamed show versus a pre-recorded offline thing. So don't worry, I'm not going to forsake that. But I figured that doing the weekly Warframe stream, it still gives people a little touchstone in the week to see how we're all getting on. But yeah, it's just doing a daily episode would be a bit difficult. And you know, I think when I stopped the daily episodes, it was the right time to do so, because I didn't want to forsake the quality of the series by scraping the bottom of the barrel, if that makes any sense, right? Because then every episode would just be, hey guys, let's go and do Sanctuary Onslaught for an hour and level up this Warframe. And maybe a lot of you would have enjoyed that, but I just feel like it's a bit low effort. So
Scraps of cloth matching Grendel's unexpectedly elegant Sayandana were retrieved from the site, hooked on the remnants of gilded gates, stained with evidence of his degustation. Indeed, most of the Orokin hangers-on who attended the feast became it. And Karishh himself fled shrieking into the hills of Ridda as fast as his 12 exosac levitators would carry him.
His 12 exosac levitators. Huh. Okay. So there were hangers-on who were enjoying the feast alongside Karishh within his manse. Ancient allies. Ooh, who could this be?
It came as no surprise to me to find this tiny fragment of Gauss just outside the city. Indeed, if one thing is for certain, wherever we find evidence of Grendel, we're sure to find some trace of Gauss as well. Did they breach the city as a pair? Or did Gauss hang back to intercept returning patrols, generously letting his friend Grendel eat his fill at the feast within?
They are besties. Isn't that sweet? Isn't that sweet? Well, I'm glad some of you would enjoy that, and I appreciate that. And that's kind of what this is meant to be, right? Like, we're just kind of chilling, and I quite enjoy it. So, but yeah, thank you for wanting more Warframe episodes, guys. You know, there'll be more. There'll always be more, but just not as many as what I was doing before because of the nature of being caught up. Okay. Grendel Glut Helmet.
Note the open face, almost more like design. A fitting visage for one of such singular, rapacious predilections. Grendel may hunger, yes, but not with the excesses of gluttony, not when others are in need. Oral history tells of Grendel, newly engorged from his repast, rolling through the miserable slums of Ridda, reinvigorating the sick and the lame, the hungry and the dying, with the power he had stolen, consumed, from their oppressors.
He's some sort of gluttonous, hungry Robin Hood. Yeah, you beat me to it. Grendel is Robin Hood, yeah. When are we getting a Grendel Robin Hood skin? I feel like I now need to go and equip him with a bow and arrow. Get rid of the rocket launcher. He's just spamming Nourish. Just imagine him just constantly like slamming his foot down. Please, sir, can I get a copper? I'll have anything. I just need food. And then Grendel is just like, "Ugh, ugh. Sir, I feel better. I don't know what you're doing, but I feel good. I feel nourished."
Here we have shattered fragments of the manse wall and the gate, mangled by Grendel's massacre blade. One can almost see the city's masses, newly rejuvenated by Grendel's healthful blessing, storming the manse. Shattered gates thrown wide, they take
cool.
back what was theirs, namely, control of their future. See here, the scattering of genuine Orokin dinnerware. Worn with time, these must have been used for countless meals, as the people of Ridda bravely weathered the dark times ahead.
I love that he probably could have chased after, and maybe we'll find this out in a second. I love that he probably could have just chased after Karishh into the foothills, but instead he engorged himself on all of the meals within the manse, made sure to go and provide that boon to the starving, populace, and then led them to the gates and let them have their revolution. I imagine there's got to be a lot of incredible fan art for this kind of stuff, where people have come to the Leverian, listened to the stories, and then put together artwork of what they imagine this looked like, or if there's official artwork. Just the idea of Grendel pointing at the manse as this horde of people, emboldened by his nourish, storm the gates and the manse proper, is a really cool visual. I still think you should be able to pay 200,000 credits to the donation box and unlock the Leverian mission for each frame. It's really, really good writing, isn't it, Quiet Cell? And here he is.
Many Warframes have speed and litheness, but power, momentum, impact, these require mass. And there, the creased midsection, the seam, does it split? Yawning open with a jagged, vacuous aperture to who knows? A certain Orokin may have found out. That night, the people of Ridda ate their fill, feasting until the frozen mountains lit warmly with the dawn. It was toward those roseate peaks that the Executor had fled, pursued by Grendel. What his fate was, I cannot say. But as the people feasted, so the story goes, they were suddenly struck silent by a strange, deep sound. A rumble carried from mountain to mountain. A single, satisfied belch.
We actually do see in the Shadowgrapher tiled set an image. Where do you normally find the Prex card, by the way? Unless I've already been guided in here and I've picked it up. Where do you normally find it? I thought it was at the back. Behind the Manse Gates wall. Oh. Is it because I am... Oh, behind the wall, you said. Oh. Oh, what? Oh, shit. Woohoo! Come on. That is really hidden, yeah. Thank you, everyone. We got one. They're very sneaky, yeah. You know, speaking about, you know, sci-fi games with guns in, I loved that in Halo 3. Anyone here a Halo 3 enjoyer? Coming back from school, hopping on the Xbox with your buds, and then one of your mates would be like, hey, I found out how to get that golden skull. Let's go into Forge and let's build this tunnel out into the desert, and I can show you how to get it. You know what I mean? The skulls that you could collect. God, that was fun. Anyway, that was some good stuff. I enjoyed that. I think what I'm gonna do, instead of, you know, writing it all down, if I go Grendel Leverian, there must be like a written thing on here somewhere. Just to, you know, for me to paste into the notes. Okay, I have found the Wikipedia. I can move this all over later. Ah, there's no rush. Okay. Leave that there. Never played a Halo game? They're good fun. Don't come to me asking for story on Halo. Like, when I played that game, I was a lot younger, and I was there for the gunplay and hanging out with my friends. But I hear it's actually got a good story, so go figure. I never played 1, 2, or... Well, I played 3 in ODST, but nothing after that. Played Reach, loved Reach. Okay. Yeah, I enjoyed that. Before I, you know, go back in, who do I need to go in with next? Leverian. So Grendel's. That's a solid thumbs up from me. And I suppose what I can quickly show you, for those of you who maybe didn't see my Shadowgrapher lore video, you may not know this, but if you go to the Haunted Vesper Relay, come with me, there is graffiti of Grendel grabbing Executor Karishh. There it is. So you can see Grendel there with the massacre. Specifically there. And then there is Executor Karishh, about to be devoured by none other than Grendel. There you go. Huh, I never noticed that. Beautiful portrait of Grendel. They've definitely got his good side. Is that a kebab? No, that's the massacre. Come on. Come on. I think so, John. Yeah, I think there are. It feels right to do Gauss next. Yeah, we'll do Gauss. His good side or his goot side? Well done, Win. Very well done. Biblically accurate Grendel. But it's cool, isn't it? Isn't that nice? There's all these little details, but of course, the one that I was most excited to see. Where is she? What is going on here? What is this? Is that the Blood Queen? Who knows? Who knows why that's there? Hey, Dominion, congratulations, buddy. Hey, Hazy Red Panda, happy birthday. Thank you for being here. Hopefully you have a lovely day today. Okay, let's go and become Gauss. I'm pretty sure that when I started my playthrough, and those of you who maybe watched it more recently can maybe confirm this, but I'm pretty sure I went into the Gauss Leverian like at the very beginning of my playthrough. Like I just stumbled in there, not really knowing what I was doing, and I found myself in, yeah. Yeah. Oh, I know I'm in the Gauss one, but I'm not. I ignore that. Ignore that. I don't know how that happened. Let's go and get the Exceltra. And then specifically, let's go into appearance and give it the Nitros skin. And then copy Warframe colors. We'll keep it basic. We'll keep it basic. Yeah. Okay. Let's go over to Gauss. And have a proper read now that I...
And please, leave something in the little box over there.
Of course I will. 10,000. There you go. I'm not minted, guys. Sorry.
Unexpected. I'm speechless.
Good. Okay, now that I understand what exactly is going on and who this is, it will mean more to me. So let's have a go.
Ah, Gauss. Ooh, where to begin? Well, the Ceres excavation, of course. The site of the ancient Tower of Altra. Blastcrete emplacements, air sentries. Its fields saturated with tremor mines. A great fortress for the great lords of Ceres. Until they were pitched from the roof. Immortal bodies erupting on the dread mines below. An insurgency from within.
From within?
The Dax, sent to reclaim Altra, fared no better. Those that ran the gauntlet of bore guns were soon cindered in the field beyond. And that's when they called in our fleet-footed friend here.
The Saint of Altra. I have a working diagram for the Requiems that all connected the planets. DE gives hints in the updates. They're really good about it as well, and yeah, I feel like they do a good bit of foreshadowing to the point where maybe they don't give anything away, but then with, you know, future knowledge, when a new update comes around, you can then go back and see the little teasers and hints of what they've got cooking. Karishh.
Dual sidearms pulled from Altra's outer ring of Blastcrete bunkers. Something crashed through those bunkers at great speed. The impact scattering stone and flesh all the same. An unearthly kinetic shockwave. Those insurgents with the misfortune of surviving the initial blast must have seen the Karishh for themselves.
Depends on how much time we've got today. I'd love to learn really properly how to play Gauss. I leveled him up in Sanctuary Onslaught. And the reason I do that is if I get to level 30, I've then got all of the capacity to play with mods and, figure out builds and stuff. I don't think I've actually played him. Sunder thermally. You make love to walls. Okay. He's so effing fun, man. Thermal Sunder Org slaps. The Karishh and Exceltra, they're both a bit of an awful farm. Well, I have Exceltra, and it probably is outside of the Rubico, because I cannot forsake the Rubico. I love the Rubico, if you didn't know. Yeah, Exceltra is probably my second favorite gun in the entire game.
The Exceltra. a rapid-fire micro-missile launcher. The smooth polycarbonate barrels still carry a vague stench of ozone. Some think Gauss was a blunt instrument, all speed, with as much versatility as a cannonball. But the Acceltra implies more. It implies surging in, inviting the enemy to consider the blade, then rebounding to let missiles answer their confusion.
I know we've got the lovely Cat in chat. Cat, do you happen to know if it was like the Leverian dialogue was written by one person, a team? I absolutely love it. And the narration, I don't know what the name of the narrator, but what a delicious voice. It was actually written by a bunch of different people over the years. It's got a very good how do I word this in the correct way? It all sounds very homogeneous, as if it was written by one person, I guess is what I'm trying to get at. Consistent, yeah, the consistency of it, yeah, 100%. And the narrator does an excellent job.
Not the standard dress helm. This one has specialized control surfaces, angled plating, supreme streamlining. It catches the light in a curious way, doesn't it? When it shines just so, I see myself atop Altra, a hostage perhaps, peering out across the desolate field, and then I'd see it, a pale glint of light.
I'm curious to know if we can actually see Ultra. If we go to Ceres ourselves, like, can you see it in the background? I've never really thought to look on account of not really knowing. The actor is Martin Oldfield. Okay, that was one of his demos that was very loud. His credits: Toyota, Kitchens Direct. We need Warframe here. Come on. Someone get in touch with Martin and get him to put Warframe in the accolades. Gotta see if he's on Cameo. That'd be cool. Ultras. Ooh, that's cool.
Dax of the day had a saying, "That which cannot be hit cannot be killed." I can only imagine what they thought when they saw Gauss that day. A gleaming bullet. This Syandana, pinned rigid, like a flag in a maelstrom, streaking toward Altra.
God, like, again, it's just so punchy. The dialogue. Do you say it's behind here? Handy the Gauss badge on the right side of the wall, right there. Ultra Syandana section. The right side of the wall. Is this one that maybe there's no way I would have found this, no? Oh! There it is. Thank you very much. There we go. Nice. Cool. Okay, next up. Gauss airfoil.
A stripped-out Gauss airfoil system. These fanciful contrivances contribute the Kubradon share of this Warframe's acceleration. Strength, mass, density, all held in a delicate balance.
Hell yeah. And then here he is. The Saint of Altra. And again, when I heard those words way back when, I didn't really obviously comprehend it.
Gauss. Front edge. Smooth. Heat-resistant composites. Trailing edges. Streamlined. Foiled. This particular one vaguely warped by extreme heat stress. The Saint of Altra. If the mind wanders, what do you see? I see a vivid, lord-like festival. The tremor mines bursting in a blinding wave, rising toward Altra, and Gauss, a smear of light, just ahead of the thermal avalanche, fast as fire. No, faster.
Oh yeah. That's another win! I enjoyed that a lot. Gauss, I will learn how to play you, I promise. A good friend of mine picked up Gauss about a month ago, and he said, guys, I'm not really getting it. I know a lot of people like Gauss. 24 hours later, he just put in a message, I get it now. And I think Gauss is now his main, so I need to get to that point. The poetic, yeah, it's really, really well done, and it's such a clever inclusion to have something like this and offer DE an opportunity to build out the world through the lens of these mythical tales of the Warframes. Because not only does it begin to sort of flesh out the history of the Origin system, but then these frames, which maybe people have played on and off for a few years, suddenly have a little bit more story to them, and that might be something which pulled someone into playing a specific character. Like, I really felt compelled to play Ashe after hearing and visiting the Ashe Leverian. I really, really thought, oh wow, yeah, okay. I've never really gotten Ashe before, but this makes me want to play Ashe. Which do you want to see next? It's Nova. Is it Nova? Okay. Nova Prime. Or Nova. Let's go Nova Prime. I don't know if Nova has any specific weapon. What would I imagine she uses? Miscellaneous. Let's give her Scourge. No, maybe precision rifle. Not the Rubico though. Maybe the Sabaris. No. Beam weapon. Ignis. The biggest shotgun imaginable. Nova loves heck. Alright, let's put the heck on. There you go. Oh, it's got the skin. Maybe we'll rock it with the skin, actually. Yeah, why not? Why not? Wait, the Soma is her signature weapon? I think I have the Soma, but not Soma Prime. There you go. Is that better? Do I have any skins? Oh, the Justice Rifle skin. I would love to get that at some point. Soma Forest Camo Huntsman Tau. Oh, wow! Look at that! Tau Dax rifle skin. Bloody hell, that is huge. Holy shit. Can you get like a bundle? Tau Dax armaments. Whoa! Ah, these are cool. I've never really looked at these before. Tau Dax staff skin. With the little pennant on there as well. Soma Prime came with Nova Prime. Did I skip Ivara? I'll do Ivara after this. Yeah, I've not done Ivara yet. Don't worry. But we'll do Ivara. We'll get there. Spooky Cookie, have a lovely rest of your day. Nova. VCP, don't worry.
Hello again.
Hello. It's, you'll find someone who appreciates it one day. One of the handful of Prime accessories I brought into. Which one specifically? Are we talking the, Nova accessories? Hey fellas, hello Jess, welcome, how are you? I wonder if Spooky Cookie is ghost-shaped or skull-shaped. Well, when they watch the VOD, maybe we'll get an answer, Jumping Spirit. Making sure I've not missed anything, sorry guys. I know he's powerful and folks swear by him, but he's never been my thing. Oh, Gauss? I'm also a Gauss main, he's just such a versatile frame, and he's so fun. Again, yeah, after we've maybe done the Leverian, I can check Gauss out and we can maybe make a build or something. Someone has actually made an animation about that scene. Well, again, if DE had limitless budget, imagine getting, like, anime cutscenes, like what they put together for Constellations, for some of the scenes that have just been described. Like, imagine Grendel rolling through the manse like a wrecking ball, and then just running up and down around the city, nourishing its inhabitants. And then it's them feasting in the dining hall, and then you just hear this deep rumble of a burp somewhere in the mountains. And then it cuts forward to Gauss, you know, faster than fire, faster than light, maybe, running around towards Ultra. Like, it's just... I find that, again, the writing in these specific Leverian entries, it's just so good at painting a picture in the mind's eye. Imagine how fast you have to be to go to warp heat-resistant metal. Ryan Mole writes a bunch. Our lead narrative designer, one of the biggest challenges of joining a team of writers is learning to write in the voice of other writers. Adrian's the master of this style of writing, though. He did the Lavos and the Nezha Leverians. Oh! We have both of those to do, so when we get there, I'll be looking forward to seeing the quality of the writing. I think the people would like you to see the Styanax trailer. Oh yeah, a couple people mentioned it earlier, and I did say that if I have the time, I'd love to do it. Yeah, we'll watch it. Is there a Styanax Leverian as well? Because if so, we could always watch it in tandem with that. I feel like there is a Styanax Leverian, and if there is, then yeah, we'll do it then. Warframe Age of the Orokin, an anime by Digital Extremes. The only thing that could make it better would be if Studio Ghibli helped. There was an Amazon series. They did a Warhammer episode. What the hell was it called? Someone will know. Secret level. Imagine if we got a secret level Warframe episode. Wouldn't that be cool? I know it would never happen. Imagine a secret level episode showing the events of the Night of the Naga Drums. That's like bucket list material. If I become a multi-billionaire, I'll bankroll DE to make that. Oh my god, that'd be incredible. I personally feel like Studio Trigger is the perfect studio to make a Warframe animated show. I think there are so many trailers you haven't seen yet, like the ones that came out after the Chimera prologue. There probably is a lot that I've not seen, to be honest. 10,000 again. There you go, Drusus. Enjoy.
Oh. Nova. Mercurial. Unpredictable. And a miraculous example of harnessed antimatter. It would be a bold fool indeed who tried to tame lightning. One such individual was Wholesome Yuru, a freelance problem solver who commanded high fees for his low morals.
Ooh.
A deficiency that netted him great success in endeavors where a conscience would have held others back. He is the only figure known to have secured a back-channel charter permitting him to selectively raid certain rails, so long as Orokin ships were avoided.
Ooh.
The story of Nova and Yuru survives via the captain and security logs of the Orokin vessel Mascus Theodolite. It survives because it was deemed to be of historical importance. Orokin investigators scrutinized every frame of security footage, each line of the captain's log, for assurance that the outcome of this encounter was indeed true.
I like this a lot. That's a pretty fun introduction, because you got to think there's so much world building done here in just like a couple of paragraphs. The understanding that Wholesome Yuru, a freelance problem solver, had a back channel charter with the Empire that allowed him to selectively raid certain rails. And the understanding that he wouldn't touch the Orokin ships. And you begin to, you know, see a little bit more of that seedy underbelly that, you know, isn't necessarily well hidden. It's rather well documented. But nonetheless, it's just, you know, a little bit more world building that just fleshes out the world in such a way that it makes it more immersive, more believable. Oh, one of my favorites, Sayandana. I love this so much. It goes with so many things so well.
The passenger vessel Masca's Theodolite reported critical problems with her engines.
Oh.
Nova, mistress of antimatter, was deployed to relight the Theodolite's antimatter reactor before the vessel was drawn into the gravity well of a nearby planetoid. 10,800 passengers were at risk. Clipping this Sayandana to herself, she exited her lander. The interior of the ship was deathly quiet. But then, chaos. Behind her, the section of the ship securing her lander was detonated and blown free, stranding her for the time being. From deeper inside the ship, cries for help.
Masca's Theodolite is the name of an operator skin? Ooh, okay. We'll take a closer look at that. Smokey, welcome back for 68 months. How are you, buddy? I'll play alerts in a bit, but lovely to see you, Smokey. Welcome on in. Oh shit! Wholesome Year's armor. Oh, okay. So I'm imagining we're about to discover that Wholesome Year was responsible for the detonation of the bridge connecting the landing craft, or the lander.
Nova sped toward the shouts of trapped crewmen. 8 were locked in flow control behind a hardened glass wall. Opening a wormhole between herself and them, she phased the crewmen to safety as their compartment flooded with lethal gas. Booming from speakers in every hallway, Wholesome Year declared himself. Wholesome Year, the man who at one time had run the Pluto Resistance, who spent 3 years terrorizing the rails between Jupiter and Venus just to prove that he could, who took that notoriety and translated it into a career. Security, political assassination, courier runs, torture, graft, blackmail, and in one case, so it was said, genocide. There were graves already dug for him by the many who wanted him dead. Word was, Wholesome already had a tomb prepared for himself on some distant moon, with a table piled high with riches and a chair just waiting for him to be sat in for eternity. A man capable of anything, and a man who would rather die than lose. A man easily recognized by the signature item before you. It was, so they say, an item of great personal significance to the old rogue. Why, and what history it shared with him, is a matter of some speculation.
Okay. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Had run the Pluto Resistance. Again, it's just these little seeds of story which they've slipped in here. So he had an important role to play within the Pluto Resistance, which I can only assume was regarding Pluto's resistance to the Orokin rule, I would imagine. Though I could be wrong. Maybe it's the Pluto Resistance against an incursion of X, Y, and Z. Who knows? But my guess would be the Orokin. Security, political assassination, courier runs, torture, graft, blackmail, and genocide? In what? I don't know, like, where would he have been able to have accomplished genocide? And why? Probably because he was paid to do so? Dark Urge Baro aware? Endy missed Evil Baro? Evil Baro might actually be Wholesome Year? There's definitely a connection? What? Evil Baro? What is happening here? Halloween version of Baro Ki'Teer. Oh! What? Yeah, I must have missed that. Again, I played... Yeah, I started playing, like, the last couple days of the Halloween event. How far back does my mail go? Hold on. Halloween. Oh my god. This is before I closed my gifting. This is insane. Thank you all. Belatedly again. You can tell when I shut it off because it just stops. Halloween, we're nearly there. We're nearly there. Here we go. 31st. No, I have nothing. I've got Varzia. Yeah, look, you can see where I turned off gifting. It just drops off like a lead balloon. Yeah, nothing in there. Damn. Sorry, guys. I thought maybe it'd have been in there, but there's not. Anyway, let me quickly go back over there. Sorry, I did not mean to leave Nova. Today is mainly
Feel
going
free
in.
to look around. All donations are appreciated.
We're currently trying to get through the Leverians. When I'm done with the Leverians, I will probably dive into learning Gauss, probably. So, yeah, but no, this has been great. Wholesome year. Let me make a note of you. Wholesome year. And then I'll make additional notes later. Well, I guess I'll put in here, chat believes there is a relation between Yur and evil Baro? Question mark. I need to see Baro during Halloween to understand. We'll look into that. We will have to look into that. It's the same armor. Why are we calling him Evil Baro? That's a great question. Why are we calling him Evil Baro? Does anyone know? Is it just like Halloween Baro and calling him evil is just like shorthand? It's technically Red Baro. He speaks Void Tongue. I cannot believe I missed this. And they have the same armor. Let me... DE called him Freaky Baro. I'm gonna Google Freaky Baro. Top result. Rule 30... Whoa. Wikipedia. I'm kidding. Sorry. Baro Ki'Teer. I'm finding him. Okay. I'm on his official wiki page and I'm not seeing any picture other than his default image. Oh, wait. Ah! I found it. Here we go. Where are my notes? Da-da-da-da-da. Yo. Wait a second. Yeah, look at like the figure 8 on the helmet. And then the little bits here. And then compare that to here. That is undoubtedly the same armor. Admittedly, Baro Ki'Teer has an extra embellishment, this sort of like hovering, levitating, metallic figure 8. Oh, guys. Wholesome Year is an anagram of Baro Ki'Teer. If you take the H and turn that into a B, take the O and turn that into a... You gotta remove some letters and add some in, but they're the same. Anyway, let's go back. I'll get the notes in a second and we'll pile them in. Nova Flux helmet.
Unaware she was being led into a trap built just for her, I don't imagine Nova took any special precautions.
Oh.
This Flux model helm, for example, was fairly standard. The appealing venting displayed her antimatter nature, an announcement of power as much as an evocation of beauty. Where were we? Oh, yes. Nova and the rescued crew moved for the escape pods. Once they were clear, she would about face and find some way to free the remaining 10,792. Alas, thuds and clangs resounded as every life pod ejected into space. Empty. Yer clarified, boomingly, that escape was not an option. To punctuate this assertion, bulkheads slammed down in every corridor ship-wide. The only path Yer left open, worryingly, was the one that led directly to the Theodolite's antimatter reactor, the very thing Nova had come to save. What was the old pirate playing at?
So, out of curiosity then, when exactly did Red Baro Ki'Teer, this one, first appear in the game? Has he been in the game for years? And then my second question is, when did we first get introduced to this specific... Last year only. Shit. Okay. So how long has this been in the game? How long have we been able to see Wholesome Yer's armor? So he was recent, but when did this get introduced? Yeah, I'm asking about the Leverian now. Sorry. I get this one is last year, but I was wondering... Yeah, okay. Interesting. Very interesting. I don't... Hydrate, I do have a fresh, unopened cherry pep that I'll crack open right now. That is very intriguing. Why did they choose to outfit this strange version of Baro Ki'Teer in the armor once worn by this prolific, infamous pirate, Wholesome Yer? Andy, read the last trivia point on his wiki. Hold on, going back to the wiki. Trivia. This is on the official one, right? Trivia. During Nabarus 20... is that right? Nabarus or Nabarus? Nabarus? 2025, Baro wore Wholesome Yer's armor from Nova's Leverian. His icon in the star chart was also colored red instead of white. On his final visit, he spoke Lok, Zata, as well as Netra and Kra's poems backwards. Before leaving, he also said, rap, tap, tap. The same dialogue spoken by Rel's spirit during the Chains of Harrow. What? There's another note in there as well. 2022, Baro Ki'Teer's inventory was separated for PC, PS4, Xbox, and Switch users. Following the hotfix, or following that hotfix, yeah, the inventories were synced. Baro Ki'Teer sent an inbox message to all Tenno about the concept of eternalism, showing disdain for the existence of multiple Baro Ki'Teers before meeting a dashing stranger and shook a deal to refine all of himself into a single perfect individual. Huh. That's cool. See, there's a world here where there is a deeper meaning, and I wouldn't put it past them. I wouldn't put it past them. But it's also potentially just like a really fun, playful way to use in-universe explanations as to why they would sync the inventories. And it's, you know, it ties in, doesn't it, in a nice way. So I won't read too much into that as being maybe something of consequence. But Nate, I think so as well. I think it's just like a fun thing to have. But curious that he was reading the poems backwards. That's interesting. All right, let's find out more about Wholesome Yur, because we're not done in here yet. There's plenty more to learn, I imagine, about him.
Yur answered Nova's unspoken question. He had jettisoned the antimatter core. Without that, it was impossible for the reactor to function, and the theodolite would smash into the planetoid in a matter of minutes. Yur had been paid by persons unknown to neutralize Nova completely. Yur, a man who prided himself upon an ignorance of the impossible, had agreed and devised this trap. Nova was a being created to contain and harness antimatter. The antimatter drive no longer had a fuel core. His proposition was simple. Nova would enter the reactor chamber, crack her own containment, and kickstart a new reaction using her own body as fuel. She could save 10,800 lives, but only at the cost of her own. She had minutes to decide. With a flick of her wrist, Nova's haiku throwing stars took out every camera in eyeshot, killing Yur's surveillance of them. This done, she turned to the technicians she had just saved. She would need their help.
Thank you, Eric. The week after Scary Baro left, Normal Baro remarked that he got stuck in the void and wasn't on the relay the previous week. Oh, I love that. That's. I'm glad I wasn't caught up by then to be able to have, like, theorized about that. That sounds really fun. And again, it's just... I really, like, would hope that anyone and everyone who plays this game and has even a passing interest in the story comes in here. Right, like, what it's doing to, again, just add that additional layer of immersion. Knowing that some individual at some point in time, over 1,000 years ago, hired this pirate to kill Nova. Who would do that? Why would they do it? Why Nova specifically? So many questions. Alamo sniper skin, which is glitching out of... I'll submit a bug report. Don't worry. Let's have a look.
Nova walked to her doom. As she entered the reactor's chamber, Yur smugly assured her she was doing the right thing. Within the reactor's observation room, the technicians nodded assent. This was going to be close. From the bridge, Yur sealed the reactor chamber's blast doors. Seconds later, on Nova's signal, the technicians overrode that command. The doors shot upwards, and Nova wormholed out of the chamber and back into the corridor. Leaving that portal open, she created another, straight up into the vent system. On the bridge, Yur had little time to react, but react he did, ordering all prisoners to be killed. In that moment, a portal flashed into existence, Nova launching herself amidst pirate, captain, and crew, and showed them what she was made of.
Hell yeah.
In a blinding flash, Yur and every mercenary on that bridge was deeply infused with Nova's antimatter, starting a chain reaction within them. Yur realized what was happening, but too late. With a few precise shots from her Syra-customized sniper rifle, Nova neutralized those mercenaries who were quicker off the mark, before grabbing Yur by his brightly irradiated hair. Hurling him back through her network of wormholes, Nova sent wholesome Yur pinging from portal to portal before tumbling out into the reactor chamber. The wormholes collapsed.
What a visual. Being infused with antimatter is not that bad unless you're made out of matter. I was about to say, I think there's, I don't think it's a great thing to be infused with antimatter. Okay, here we go. How does it end, I wonder?
Yur struggled to his feet as every molecule in his body approached critical. Behind the glass, the technicians gave him a final, grim salute before slamming the blast door closed. Wholesome Yur, pirate and legend, went Nova. The reactor caught the reaction. The technicians harnessed it, and the engines of the Mascus Theodolite roared to life. It was indeed the boldest of fools who attempted to leash lightning. And so, a notorious rogue said to be unkillable met his end in the attempt, as the historical record now demonstrates.
Synthetic, yeah, and I think, you know, it's very chill. You know, if any of you want to check this out, it feels like the perfect thing to do after work, coffee or tea in hand. Just poke your head in here and have a listen. It's good stuff. Let me go and get the Prex card. I think you guys said it was, oh, right there. Hell yeah. Very nice. I will say, I think it's trypophobia. If anyone's got trypophobia, top of her thighs by her waist is feels like a potential trigger. Like, look at that. Trigger warning. Look at that.
Yeah.
Makes me feel a bit funny. Sign, hopefully never. Hopefully never. Okay. Let's go do Ivara. Jez, I know I'm so cruel. Ivara time. Don't let Tigra know. Ivara. Still level 0. I never actually played her. Maybe that's something we can do. I believe I have Ivara's weapon as well. It's a bow, isn't it? Ivara's bow? Am I misremembering? I don't know which one is hers. Oh, it's the Exalted one. Oh, okay. Well, that explains a lot. I was going to say, I know she uses one. The Rubico? I'm not using the Rubico. Then again, maybe. No, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I feel like if she's got a sniper, it makes sense to use something like a shotgun, maybe. Yeah. But like what one? Corinth Prime, maybe? Felarx? I like the Felarx. We've not used it in a while. Let's use that. There you go. I think there's more. I think there's more than you think, Solus. I know of at least 3, not including yourself. Her gun is the Bazzer. Is that a primary? I don't think I've got that. Oh, I do have that. Holy shit. Make easy prey of enemies with this quiet, agile, and pinpoint accurate Tenos submachine gun. Huh. I genuinely don't think I've ever used it. The more you know. slap a Hush mod on it. Are you ready? It won't have mods on. There's no way. It does? What? This must be like one of the first things I ever modded in the game. Like ever. You want me to put Hush on it? Okay. Let's put Hush there. Let's get Galvanized Chamber, and then Serration, and then something that's real cheap. A Riven mod that I am yet to unlock. Complete a defense mission with level 30 or higher enemies, with the defense objectives taking no damage without using energy consumables. Sure. Be fine. It comes silence. That was a joke. I just trusted you guys. I trusted one guide again. Again? What do you mean again? Is it already silent? Hush. Accuracy, noise. Oh, silent. You little shits. Hey? How dare you? How does one get negative capacity? I think it's because I'd upgraded one of the mods away from that particular gun. That's why. So yeah. Okay. Do I have like a I've got 8 capacity remaining. Malignant Force, Rhyme rounds, Thermite rounds. Let's put Thermite in. It doesn't matter. Like, I'm not using it. It's just for flavors, so. Okay. Let's go check out the Ivara. Oh, there she is. Ivara Leverian.
Any friend of history is a friend of the Leverian.
It's good to be here, Drusus. I'm going to give you a crisp 10k again. There you go. Enjoy.
Very generous. Thank you.
Damn.
Ivara, the Huntress. This tale comes to us from the secret history of the Orokin court by the historian Porvis.
Porvis?
Have you perhaps heard tell of the Mermaidon? No matter. A preternatural beast figure straight out of myth he was. One whose prey had no equal. Warframes were what this villain hunted. It is said a number of frames had been erased from history by this monster. Models who no longer exist on any record. Those who are not remembered.
Ooh.
It hardly seemed possible that a single person could stand against a Warframe, let alone destroy it, let alone several. Perhaps Porvis enjoyed the telling a little too much, or perhaps there is something to it. Ivara encountered the Mermaidon quite early in her history. Quite early indeed.
Interesting. Well, I'm looking forward to learning more about the Mermaidon. A preternatural beast figure straight out of myth. One whose prey had no equal. Okay. Again, what a great lead-in. This is hype. Okay. Styanax Leverian.
A Dax emergency call, so Porvis writes, led Ivara and 2 unknown Warframes to a convoluted cave system. They found it littered with the bodies of murdered Dax and resplendent with bioluminescent fungi. I imagine the chitinous folds of her Saint's Altra would have made for excellent camouflage within that malevolent, supernal glow. The secret history tells us that the Mermaidon appeared boldly before the 3 in a wide chamber connected by many tunnels. Clad in red and gold armor, it gestured to the first Warframe with what Porvis describes as a strange clutching motion, as if seizing a falling apple. But it was no greeting, as we shall see. The powers of that first Warframe, the recipient of that gesture, promptly failed.
Wow.
The Mermaidon took advantage of the confusion to leap upon the hapless frame and press a palm to the warrior's head. In lurid detail, Porvis describes a flash of the most scintillating emerald light, and Ivara's battle sibling collapsed to hot dust.
Oh, shit. The Mermaidon had the power of the Jade Light? Who made the Mermaidon? The Mermaidon was clearly made to be like a Warframe killer if it could, 1, disable their powers, and 2, was fitted with a jade light capable of destroying them entirely. Maybe someone who was like anti-Ballas? As a way to maybe get back at him and destroy his most beloved, powerful creation? I'm feeling some sort of stalker vibe. No, I mean, that'd be cool if there was some relation, but I'm not so sure. Clad in red and gold armor, it gestured to the first Warframe with what Porvis describes as a strange clutching motion as of seizing a falling apple. But it was no greeting, as we shall see. Almost like it was pulling threads, is what I'm imagining. Almost like trying to grab something. As if like you're clutching the power from out of the frame. Somehow. Okay. I will say this is my favorite one so far. Just because trying to imagine what the Mermaidon might look like is yeah, kind of fun. Clad in red and gold armor. Press a palm to the warrior's head. So kind of like the blasters Iron Man has on his hands, like some sort of vacuous hole that emits the jade light. Okay, okay. Next up, Aksamati.
Porvis tells us he compiled much of this tale from overheard exchanges between members of the Seven.
The Seven?
And details that remain consistent in courtly whispers. He tells us the second frame suffered the same fate as the first. Reacting, Ivara whirled and promptly vanished. But one clutching gesture in her direction and Ivara's powers fled. Her cloaking field nullified. Visible, vulnerable, she loosed a dash wire arrow to a high alcove, but it never came. No escape. The Mermaidon was upon her. The huntress spun, opening fire with Aksamati pistols to send that devil scrambling for cover, arm thrown protectively across that twisted, armored head. That clutching gesture was the key. Ivara needed a plan, and she needed it fast.
So it was said over here at the beginning.
Emergency call. So Porvis writes, led Ivara and 2 unknown warframes to a convoluted cave system. They found it littered with the...
Okay, he's going to keep yapping, and I understand he'll do that. I'm going to talk over him for a second. I wondered if maybe it was a decoy, in that maybe these bodies were planted there as a means to lure these 3 frames into answering this emergency. But I think the more likely answer is it was genuinely like an emergency. But I'm just wondering, again, the big question, why was the Mermaidon made? Because it clearly is of Aurican make if it's wielding the jade light. And to be while it's red and gold armor, the gold nonetheless is just bespeaks Aurican design. But for it to be murdering Dax and also destroying Warframes entirely, so much lore. Yeah, it's good, isn't it? Really good. There's a video. Reddit link is the Mermaidon. Hold on. Hey, Andy. Let's have a look. What is this? Don't know if anyone has posted the animation, so here. Oh, what? Oh, hold on. I found the official link. Maybe. Can I copy-paste this? Hold on. Hold on. I have a solution. Let me unpause music. Mermaidon. Hold on. Come with me. Look, we have a video to watch, guys. We have a video. There's a little brief snippet of the Mermaidon at the end. So there they are, shooting out the jade light. Oh, wow. I love how the Mermaidon is clearly designed to look like a Dax, almost like some sort of shapeshifter, doppelganger. Do you know what I mean? Kind of like these Myrmidons are supposed to blend in to like Dax units, maybe? And let's not forget that I'll make a note under here. The above video shows Ivara's confrontation with the Myrmidon. Myrmidon appears to be designed much like a Dax soldier. The warning or the emergency alert, which Ivara and the other two Warframes answered, was one of Dax origin. Upon their arrival, they discovered a, strewn and, well, strewn Dax bodies. Could the Myrmidon have been among them the entire time? That's where I'm at, to be honest. DE's relationship with the line animation is one of my favorite things. It's really good animation, isn't it? I think it's for the Ivara statue. The what? The what? Ivara statue? Ivara's... It's in stock! It's in stock! And it comes with 170 platinum? Guys, look at this. Look at this. Wow! And you get the in-game Noggle as well. That is cool! That's really cool. Yeah. Many years ago, I used to collect, like, video game statues. I mean, you can see them behind me, but I have a wife and son now. I can't just do that anymore. But I have to find a way to do this. If they ever did a Dante one, oh my god. I'll be swiping the credit card. Please become the head of the Leverian donating effort. I am doing my bit. I'm donating every time I come in here. I have the Harrow statue. Hold on. Tabbing out. Harrow statue. Also in stock. Is that a pin? Hold on. I think the Harrow one comes with a pin. Or is that just like a bit of text? Oh, and it's got the chains going along the bottom as well. That's cute. That's cute. Take the credit card off this man's hands. There's also Volt and Mesa. Stop right there. Mesa, I'm ambivalent, but Volt, he's my OG. There's a Nidus one. Oh god, I need to stop. I need to stop. But this is cool. The Myrmidon. I don't think I've... If I search my texts for Myrmidon... Yeah. I've not got any other note in here regarding Myrmidons. Yeah, I'm surprised I haven't played Ivara either. It's just... The unlock requirements for her blueprints and stuff wasn't something I naturally discovered. Like, it's only now that I'm caught up that I've realized, oh, Andy should do the grid trend. I'm not on social media, so I don't know what the grid trend is, but if people want it, I can do it. I'm a man of the people.
Ivara ran at a wall and up it, hanging there, waiting, as the Myrmidon flipped into the room, blasting the spot where he'd expected her to be. Frustrated, he again made that same elaborate gesture, trying his luck, and she saw it. That bracelet upon the wrist that glowed softly with the movement of that clutching gesture. Ivara flipped from her perch, shouldering her exquisitely crafted Rubico as she did so, and sighted the enemy.
Hell yeah.
Through the Orokin sculpted scope, Hunter and Huntress met eye to eye, each loosing a desperate blast, a bullet from Ivara, a killing light from the Mermaidon. The green light lashed, touching a shoulder plate of Ivara's Avia armor, reducing it to dust. It saved her. Huntress won out, her shot claiming the Mermaidon's device in a shower of sparks. But the Mermaidon's weapon remained lethal, and with it, he lashed out at Ivara in an emerald fury.
I'm just so curious to know if the Mermaidon was always planning to do this, if the Mermaidon was just an elite member of that particular Dax unit and was maybe controlled by another entity to go rogue. There's so many questions I have. Ivara, I'm sorry I wasn't familiar with your game. I didn't know that you were a Rubico enjoyer. I feel like I've really let you down. Artemis bow. This is the exalted weapon, isn't it?
Ivara hit the ground and sprang into a surrounding tunnel. The Mermaidon shot, lancing a gouge in the porous chamber wall. Ivara pressed her back to a shadowed outcrop at tunnel's end, while the Mermaidon's weapon blazed and cut and chewed through her only cover. As good a time as any to discuss the weapon before you. The Artemis bow. The Huntress's signature weapon, and the tool with which she has wrought so much good. Said by some to be spirit bonded to her. Others say the product of forgotten Orokin technology. What Porvis tells us next displays to good effect what warrior and weapon were capable of.
Okay.
Pinned behind eroding cover, seconds from death, Ivara summoned her Artemis bow, and it came to her. She and weapon as one. Without rising, she pulled back, aimed high. She and arrow as one, and loosed. Under Ivara's guidance, the arrow turned its path and shot down the corridor toward the Mermaidon, and lengthwise through his weapon. Around Ivara, the walls flashed green for a microsecond as the Mermaidon's weapon erupted. And then, silence.
Cool. Okay. Are we learning a bit about her skill set here? It almost sounds like she does directly control the arrow. Like, as if she shoots it. And then what, like, you become the arrow? Yeah, okay. I will crit. I will. And yeah, we can do the grid thing. Sure. That seems really cool for spy missions. Being able to shoot into a room, fly around as the arrow, find your target. I get why that maybe isn't great, maybe for like room clearing purposes, but for like ultimate stealth, that's really cool. That's really cool. Yeah, but we'll do the grid after this. I'll take a look. I don't know what is on the grid, but yeah, I'll take a look at it and we can figure something out. Arrows.
What is a bow without arrows? And these arrows. The Origin system has never seen their like, able to change their very nature at the whim of Ivara.
I was going to say, there's 3 different tips.
Sleep, cloaking, rapid fire, they are the embodiment of her legendary versatility.
Okay.
Ivara drew her bow again, this time for her fallen comrades. With inhuman speed, shot after shot snapped and plucked each segment of carapace from the Mermaidon's lean frame. Straps severing, clips popping, he was undressed with swift efficiency by the preternatural accuracy of her aim and rapidity. Even before her final arrow belted the visored helmet from his head, she had the killing shot knocked and ready. There he stood, the Mermaidon, slayer of Warframes. Naked, beauty, symmetry, even the capacity for language sacrificed for raw power. But his face was a mockery of an Orokin face. Those she was sworn to never kill.
Wow.
The smirk on his pallid, angular visage told her he knew it as well.
This is my favorite bit of, again, set dressing across the Leverian entries so far. The others have been great, but just the existence of the Mermaidon, why they were designed to look like this, to wear these Orokin faces essentially. Cool. And there's one more part. I've got to admit, I quite enjoy the deluxe skin I'm currently using. I think it's the deluxe skin. I might be wrong. But I think Ivara's default aesthetic is one of the most creative and beautiful default frames in the game. Considering that she's been in the game so long, and I think it's only natural that as time's gone by, they've gotten more creative. You know, you look at what they've been able to do with, you know, Foley, for example. Foley has a very unique default frame compared to, you know, the likes of Excalibur, Nova, Mag. But Ivara just looks so striking. Well, I got gifted the skin crit. I wasn't going to be rude.
The grand doors of the Chamber of the Seven flew open. Across that reverberating expanse of polished darkness strode Ivara, dragging her prize. Before the assembled council, she dropped him, and with it, the Mermaidon's battered helmet. Here he would meet justice at the hands of his own people. Here, her fallen friends would be avenged. She beheld the Seven, awaiting their judgment. The Mermaidon got to his feet, cleaning dust from one shoulder with a contemptuous flick. One of the Seven leaned forward, removing a curious thing from their slender head, a lattice of delicate silver, placing it on the elevated, chest-high curve of obsidian that separated her from them. Instantly, the Mermaidon collapsed, lifeless, to the floor. Ivara did not understand. Why? Why? A stately voice intoned her name. There stood Executor Ballas. He told her, "You have been battle and loyalty tested. Your companions, they were found wanting. They failed to adapt, failed to overcome, and so they are no more. But you, Ivara, you shall live. You shall be remembered." Her battle comrades, as we know, were not.
I know people say you can't hate him enough, but my god, like, there's always another story about Ballas being a ball ass that just comes out of nowhere, and it's like, yeah, there he goes again, being a piece of shit. God. So those Dax soldiers who were murdered were literally chaffed to the slaughter for the sake of this test. To make it believable, to make the Warframes, these three, seek out that emergency beacon. I mean, I'm not going to say, wow, I wasn't expecting that from Ballas. It's perfectly in line with his character. But it, again, it just adds that extra little bit of world building. Ah, God, yeah, I've enjoyed that one a lot. And again, I feel compelled now to play Ivara more than ever before. And as she is Huntress Bundle, the Salix Syandana. Oddly, I like her more without it. Not to try and deter people from buying the bundle and giving DE money, but I think just her default Super Tato, thank you for the invite. I'll probably decline if that's okay. The Ivara agenda is going strong, gang. Ivara Prime is gorgeous. If I do Ivara, I thought it was just. There we go. Ivara Prime. Whoa! Holy, okay. As regal and lethal as a nighttime wood, this is the queen of the hunt in her ultimate form. Wow. That's so cool. Yeah, Jellyfish Prime. I didn't, Jacob. Yeah, well, look at that now. So, it was called... It's not Wholesome Year, it's the name of the ship. I don't know if I noted it. I'm going to copy-paste it all over eventually. I know it was Theo something. Theo... Hold on. Maskers, thank you, thank you. Maskers Theodite crew suit. Historian Drusus Leverian recalls that the hostage crew of the passenger vessel, Maskers Theodolite, wore this very crew suit when they were rescued by Nova. Okay, let's have a look at the helmet. Maskers Theodolite crew suit hood. Wow. Where exactly do you get this? Is this one of those items which is, you know, intermittently available from Baro Ki'Teer? Baro, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I used that and I didn't even know it was Nova lore. Well, there you go. There you go. Before we do the next one then, have they updated this? No. Listen, we got the window sorted in the operator's quarters. This is my next pursuit. What is happening here? Guys, come on. This is my new quest. No, you guys linked me. We know? Good. I'm kidding. Shiny poster reflections. I was so upset because I did sigh under my breath. I was like, oh god, I'm about to be so annoying about this. Anyway, you said that there is a grid, and I believe it was linked in chat. There it is, a grid. Hold on. Let me get this ready to go. We'll take a look. I've got no idea what this is. I've done grids before on my Discord, but I don't know if I know what this specifically is. About me Warframe. Ah, okay. Hold on. Let me get this on the old stream. Here we go. Okay. About me Warframe. First frame. Click to add. Oh, Vault. It was Vault. Of course. First Prime. Oh, that is a good question. I think Vault Prime. I honestly think it was Vault Prime. But I'm guessing I just put Vault in again. Because I was really defensive about my own prime trajectory and like which prime frames I would get. I like the idea of acquiring one first, leveling it, getting used to it, and then getting the prime. My main is Dante. I love Dante. Second main. Ooh, that's a good question. My comfy, cozy frame of choice is Excalibur. I love Excalibur. Yeah. I would say Excalibur. The best weapon frame. The best weapon frame. Who do I utilize to be my favorite weapon frame, I wonder? I really don't know. I really don't know. Sight was the one that came to my mind. Yeah, I think that's part of my problem, inevitable choice. Any frame where I can use the Rubico, so basically anyone, right? I'll come back to that. The best caster frame. Now here I would say Jaya, because I love using Jaya as a caster. If it weren't for the fact that Dante was here, I'd put Dante there. But I really like Jaya for just casting and using my ultimate and running around and things just get destroyed. The most underrated. The most underrated. Who would I put in there as a new player? I think I know who I would put in. But I don't know if people would agree with me. And the only reason I'm going to put this in here, I think Kome. And maybe it's because I'm not online enough. But when I unlocked Kome, a lot of people were like, she's kind of mid. And I couldn't disagree more. I think Kome is incredible. Holy base, thanks, Rue. Who? What? Kome's great. Yeah, I think she's brilliant. So I would say most underrated. Most overrated frame? Let me scroll. I'll have a think. Most overrated frame. Huh. I reckon a lot of people would have said Grendel maybe for the subsume, but I wouldn't count that. Most overrated frame. Overrated. I've got my answer. And I don't think people are going to enjoy it. It's Wukong. Please don't hurt me. Please don't hurt me. I'm not the biggest fan of Wukong. I'll be honest. Yeah, sorry. Many agree? Well, if people agree, then it's not overrated, is it? Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan. I remember unlocking Wukong and you know, it's the you guys were suggesting it the most. Okay, good. I feel less alone in my opinion. Yeah, I would put Wukong there, I think. It was either going to be Wukong or Wisp. I'm tempted to put Wisp in to be different. I am not the biggest fan of Wisp. Yeah. You know what? There you go. To be a bit different, I'll put Wisp in. Wisp is my second pick. And if it's... I'm going to go Wisp. Wisp isn't bad by any stretch of the imagination, but I just see a lot of people playing Wisp and it doesn't gravitate for me, really. Ban him, Peepo Riot. Me crying while holding Marie. The thing is, I've played a fair bit of Wisp, and I do enjoy Wisp, but I think it was the fact that Wisp felt like she was going to be a really cohesive kit, and I just don't really like pressing most of her buttons. If anything, I like pressing her ultimate, but it's not great. Like, the ultimate isn't really why you play her. I think you've just got to be the right kind of person to really enjoy Wisp. It's not for me. Critically needs rework. Critically needs rework. Well, I can imagine a lot of people put Limbo in. Loki, or... Whoa. What's with the Loki, suggestions? Loki's fine. Limbo, only right answer is Chroma. I'm yet to play Chroma, so I'm unfamiliar with the kit. My personal opinion, just from when I've been playing these older characters, but the thing is, I wouldn't say critically needs a rework. It's more, I'd like to see what they would look like with modern game design, potentially. And it's a bit of a toss-up for me. It's between Banshee. Now, hear me out, because I imagine some people are going to go WTF. I'd like to see Rhino. Like, what a reworked Rhino might look like. Like, imagine if instead of just jumping from a high height, or jumping from a height, does he critically need one? No, I don't think any of them critically need one, right? But I'm just imagining what Rhino might look like with modern game design, what they're doing nowadays. Like, imagine if, when he does fall from a great height, he sort of rolls up into a ball and becomes like a meteorite to land on people. I don't know, I'm not a game dev, but just the idea of what he might look like if he were released now kind of appeals to me. I know a lot of you are saying Banshee and Ember, and you know what? That's probably a very fair take. Please, please do not read too much into this. This is just me goofing a little bit. I don't think anything needs a critical rework. I would change the wording on that, but I would like to see Rhino get a a new kit or something, just to see what that might look like. Wish they were better. That feels really open-ended. Better in what way? I would probably... Who would I put in there? Wish they were better. Ember, I think? I'd probably put Ember in there. Yeah. I wanted Ember to feel like what Invoker feels like when you go full fire in Dota. Just like fiery explosions out the wazoo.
A new alert has begun. It will be marked on navigation.
And I think it's another case of decade-old game design coming to a head with what they're able to do now with their game design prowess over the past decade. It could be really fun to see what these would look like. I think some have sort of naturally evolved and probably have had little updates here and there along the way to make them feel modernized. But I feel like Rhino and Ember do feel like they're... And I would agree, Banshee as well definitely feels like you can sense that they're old. Not in a negative way, but you can just tell, oh, that's an older frame. They're not weak, they're old. Yeah, again, not said in a bad way or anything. Again, I don't think any of this is critically in need of a rework. So, anyway, the best kit. Well, I think this is an awkward one, because the reason I like Dante is I really enjoy his kit, but I want to sort of... I don't want to double up too much here. I want to try and have a unique frame in every slot, barring these, which are kind of, set in stone. Who would I like... or who do I think has the best kit? Who's someone who I enjoy playing? Where every button feels good. Tricky. There's a few which come to mind. Nova, Nyx, Oberon. I think Araxia's got a good kit. See, I like Titania, but it's because I like using her ultimate, her exalted pistols. You know? I know, Dolphin, don't worry. I think the people who are just typing in chat aren't asking me to make that decision, but are sharing their own thoughts. And in fact, I welcome it. You guys, feel free to, you know, give forth your own opinion. Don't feel like you can't say it. It won't change my pick. Like, I'll have my own personal pick. It's tough. It is tough. Best kit is tricky. I am tempted to go for a bit of a curveball here. Again, if I didn't have Dante as my main, I probably would put Dante here. I'm going to go Varuna. Is that crazy? That might be crazy. Having learnt Varuna with all of you guys the other day, I just feel like all of her kit works so well together. The passives from each of her abilities just feels really solid as well. Like, she feels like a really well-rounded frame. Yeah, I'm gonna go Varuna. Rue will be proud. Rue, are you a Varuna enjoyer? I knew you were my favorite. Don't tell the others. You can double up at your list. No. I'm happy to do this. I'm not like stressed about this. Curveball is Grendel, no? I feel guilty subsuming anything off of Varuna. The most fun frame. I think this is a rather easy one for me. It's without a doubt Titania. Like, just going into hitting your 4, shrinking down, and flying around and just blasting people is such a good feeling. So yeah, I'm gonna go Titania. The best design. The best design. Oh, okay. This is gonna be tricky. This is gonna be tricky. There's so many good ones. There are so many good ones. This is going to be so tough. Like, I could make an argument for Caliban. I think Caliban, design-wise, is sick, right? Like, this sentient Warframe, amazing. Other ones which come to mind, Citrine, obvious reasons. The other ones which really speak to me, I mean, I've just spoken about my love of default Ivara. I think Kulevo with the daggers. What a great visual. I think Nezha, I think he's really cool. Noko? Mushroom Boy? Hello? What a cool design, right? I think Araxia is very appealing as well, just because she's so unique. Revenant and the story of Revenant, really awesome. Sevagoth, like, there's so many cool ones. It's tricky. It's really tricky to say. Uriel, yeah, is phenomenal as well. I think though, for me, I mean, Dagoth as well with the face. I'm gonna go Caliban. Final answer. I just think he looks sick. There you go. That's it. That might be crazy. The best fashion. The best fashion. That's tough. Actually, oh god, this is tough. Oh no. I was gonna say Oberon, because I like dressing him up as like some sort of paladin of nature. The best fashion. This is more to do with skins, yeah, I would say. Yeah. Nova has a bajillion skins. Valkyr won this one for me simply on her heirloom skin. Let me just go have a look. Let's go have a look at the shop. And we'll go and look at some deluxe skins. Bundles, equipment, weapons, Warframe, skins, deluxe skins. Here we go. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. I love this skin. And it's why I'm so excited about what we've got coming in the Nightwave. I cannot wait to get to 30. Like this, if I saw this independent of Warframe, I'd want it. Like, I just think this looks absolutely incredible. Chroma Dynasty? I've never seen this. That is very different from the default Chroma. Citrine Aphrodita skin? With all the flowers and stuff, the embellishments, that's cool. The Dagoth skin that we got. That is cool. That is really cool. Zaku Kagura skin. Zaku's pretty cool when it comes to fashion. There's so much variety for what you can do with him. Ember Paraxis. Atlas Cast skin. Oh, guys, this is harder than I thought it would be. I do love the Hallow Reliquary skin. This is probably one of my favorites. Probably one of my favorites. That is good. That is good. Gotta peep the Tenogen skins as well. Oh, we will. Don't worry. We'll take a look. I think the Kulevo skin here is awesome as well. I don't like the daggers, but fortunately you can swap them in the slot. Like, I like them to look like blades, and these look like little hot rods. Which, you know, for some people might be great, but for me, I'd much prefer the defaults. Rhino Deathwatch skin. Oh my god. Whoa! I've never seen that. That's cool. Oh, wow. Rhino the Beetle. God, that's actually sick. Sevagoth Glaucus skin. Rail agents told of a legendary battle between Sevagoth Glaucus and Hydroid Rakam. Have I been under a rock? Like, holy shit, these are so cool. Can you tell I've never really looked in here before? This is probably, for me, a skin that I'm not the biggest fan of, and it's the Carnifex skin. I get what it's going for, but it's just not for me. Like, at all. Yeah. I'd like to see Valkyr, for anyone who's a Magic the Gathering enjoyer, like imagine Valkyr with like an Elish Norn aesthetic. That kind of feels like what they could do with all these sinewy bits. It feels very Phyrexian. You know what I mean? Oh my god. Warframe X Magic the Gathering. Phyrexian Invasion. Elish Norn. Valkyr. Who else could we get? The Zephyr Harrier skin I think is cool, but it's a very acquired taste. Let's look at Tenogen then. Tenogen skins. Tenogen Warframe skins. Are there any good ones that people would recommend? Wisp, Delusion, Baruch, Blade of the Lotus. Citrine Celestis. Oh, I like this Dagoth skin. Ooh, that's really cool. Ivara Kuva, Harrow Grax, Grax. Grax are popular? Grax. Ivara Grax. Oh, yeah, okay. That's cool. Atlas Grax. Baruch Grax. Oh, shit, that is a cool design, actually. Gauss Grax. Huh. Korra Grax is just Bishop from Pokemon. Yeah, I see it. It's a cool design. Try the Excalibur Proto skin. I do have that. And I do use that quite a lot. This is probably my favorite Grax skin, the Vauban one. I really like that. Really like that. Wisp Grax is also cool. This is a tough one. Which is the best one stylistically, fashionably? Which frame wins? Oh, I like the Gauss Prophetess skin. That's cool. Hildrin, Inaros, Inara, Limbo, Loki. I think Loki's got some pretty cool outfits. Limbo has 2 tricorn hats. One is a helmet and the other is his Grax skin. Technoshock Vault. We'll get down there in a minute, I think. Ah, Mesa, though. I mean, Mesa Heirloom is around the corner, and it does look sick. Would it be rude, though, to put that in before the skins are released? Oh, God, look at these Revenant skins. That's so cool. They're so different as well, just because of the nature of the particle effects and the colors. Oberon Fayark is one I have, yeah, and I like it quite a lot. Wisp, Wukong, Zephyr. Volt, Technoshock. Yeah, that's cool. Don't scroll past Wisp Coven. Okay. I've made my mind up. Best fashion, Wisp. I said what I said. Favorite proto frame. Favorite proto frame. But are we talking to play? Because if not, it's going to be Eleanor. Eleanor holding a gun to your head right now? Clearly, Roth, you're legally bound to answer Nyx. Are you putting Wisp on overrated? You'll hear from my lawyers. Okay. There you go. You're happy. The best weapon frame. I still haven't been able to make my mind up about that. Maybe because I just haven't dabbled enough to realize who was good weapon frame. Weirdly, I'd have said someone like Volt. Weirdly. Like, Volt being able to attack faster just feels incredible, but that's not it, though, is it? It might be something like Kullervo. Mirage? Mirage? I've never played Mirage, so... What frame do you use your guns the most on? Well... Dante. Because I cast my spells, then I start Rubicoing. Yeah. I've not unlocked Mirage. I'm putting Volt in. And there you go. There's my final grid. Enjoy. I don't know how off the cuff this is and how bad it is, but yeah. First frame Volt, first prime Volt, main Dante, second main Excalibur, best weapon frame Volt, best caster frame Jaya, because I put Dante here. The most underrated Kome, most overrated Wisp, critically needs rework, though I'd just say... I'd change that to say, I wouldn't mind seeing what a rework looks like. Rhino. Wish they were better, Ember. Best kit, Varuna. Most fun frame, Titania. Best design, Caliban, just because seeing a sentient Warframe, to me, story-wise, was sick. Best fashion, Wisp, to make up for the most overrated. And favorite proto frame is, of course, Nyx. Eleanor. Though I will be honest, Roth is probably second to me. So, yeah. Yeah. How to sum up Warframe to Endy? Rubicoing. Yep. Yeah, now you need to tweet it at Reb. I'm not on Twitter. She's welcome to come tune in and look and judge me. Okay. let's go back to the Leverian, shall we? Who next? Who have we not done? There's a couple we're yet to do. So I've not done Atlas yet, but I was wondering if I should probably unlock him before I do that. We've done Grendel, Ivara, Gauss, Nova. We've done Ash before. Nezha. I don't... Do I have Nezha? I may do. I do! I think I leveled him up when I was doing... I just went into Sanctuary Onslaught. So I don't think I've ever really played Nezha. I've got no idea. And I do have a neck pimple. Yeah, let's go fix that. I'm not happy about the neck pimple. Best frame in the game? Oh, you're kidding.
Operator, no! Have you lost your mind?
Andy, save your grind so you can revisit in the future and see what changes. Okay, let's go. I don't know if I've got any skins. He's got Heelys? He does. That's cool. That is really cool. I love the pose as well. Appearance. Let's have a look. Nezha, Noble, Animation, and Agile. I'll stick with Noble. I'll stick with Noble. So, Nezha Circa Helmet. Empyrean Skin. Wow. Look at that. Jinza Helmet. Divine Skin. Draken Skin. Yaksha Skin. Wow. They're cool. They're really cool. 3 of them are Tenogen, and then this one is the I suppose, DE official one. That's really cool. I quite like the default, though, to be honest with you. Yeah. Check out the Prime. He has better shoes. Nezha Prime. Let's have a look. That is not the one. Nezha Prime. Click. Whoa! Behold the scion of the burning wind, now before you in most courtly accoutrement, featuring altered mod polarities for greater customization. Yeah, that's cool. I don't know what I need to unlock Nezha Prime. Let's have a look. What do I already have? I've got the chassis. I need the neuroptics and the systems. Okay, I can probably work on getting those. John, no, I don't. I know nothing. Maybe the Leverian will tell me something. Let's have a look.
You know, I never stopped loving the Grenier. Or started, to be honest.
That's fair. Okay. 10,000. Confirm. I saw someone mention earlier, and
generous. Thank you.
Apologies that I don't remember who said it, but someone said that they came in here and somehow gave all of their money. Which... sorry that happened, but also thank you very much.
Nezha. The mercurial firemonger.
Nezha.
The clarion of hope. However foul the decadent excesses of the Orokin Empire, the aftermath of its collapse was arguably worse. But the darkest times often give rise to the brightest legends. We've seen that happen often, haven't we? Tales of a being called Nezha predate the Orokin fall. They speak of a swift warrior who leaves trails of fire, summoning barbed spears from the very earth. But it is during a time of unsurpassed brutality, at a moment of wanton slaughter, that this most blazingly improbable of warframes first proves to be more than a myth.
Okay. Okay. Again, a lot of the frames I have, like when I unlock them, I would take them into Sanctuary Onslaught, level them up, not really get to use their kit much, and then I would maybe record another episode of my Warframe playthrough. So a lot of these frames, who I might have at level 30, I really don't have any experience with. The idea was level them up, get them to a position where I can, you know, kit them out, mod them. I don't have to worry about my capacity not being, you know, full. So yeah, maybe Nezha, another one that I'd like to learn to play. Hellbinding, you're a Nezha main? Hell yeah, there we go. Key of Deliverance, good morning. Welcome, how are you? Another fun fact, Nezha is known as the Lotus Prince. Oh.
This blade, a tongue of exquisite flame in cold metal. It was unearthed by a poor farmer of Rashantur as he followed his hulking plough beasts across fields he would never own. Another might have bravely kept the dagger, but records suggest he handed it into his overseer on the spot. A half cup of rice, his princely reward. With no Dax to keep the peace, and no Parvus Granum to hold the corpus board together, bloody land grabs were routine. The fertile fields of Rashantur changed hands many times. With each hostile takeover, slain workers became fertilizer for the next yield of crops, tended by the survivors. And so it went. This created what you might call a staffing problem. If all the surviving adults are working the fields, then who is left to defend them?
So we're learning a little bit here about the vacuum left behind by Parvos Granum and what it meant for the corpus and these bloody land grabs which followed. Nice. Okay. Interesting. Buzo Syandana. I think I'm pronouncing that kind of correct. Buzo.
Children, that's who. This dismal little relic was once part of a Syandana, shall we say. Though not of Orican make, clearly. No. Its young owner wove this from a fertilizer sack. There were many such capes found at the site. Enough for an army. Mowers were expensive, you see. Children, they were cheap and plentiful. It made good business sense to arm them. Not the very youngest, of course, just the near adults. The still unbroken, those who understood the stakes. The young defenders of Rashantur took their duty seriously. They formed into a little clan, trained every day in the ruins of an old temple, and even made themselves a uniform of sorts, part of which you see before you now. But this humble cape was modeled on something even older, the Syandana of Nezha himself, displayed here before you.
Oh, so Bujo? Bujo? Hellbinding, if I'm saying that correctly? Bujo? And the chakram. That's better. That's about right. Thank you for the assistance. Thank you, guys.
This chakram was found in the ruins of the Rashantur
I was kind of
temple,
hoping Drusus would
along
say
with
it for me.
fragments of stories scrawled on slates in an immature hand, and oaths of dedication to a figure of legend. It seems the child soldiers of Rashantur took courage from the tales of Nezha, adopting him as patron and protector. Their scratchings evince a firm belief that Nezha would bless them with victory should they fight without fear, and abandon them should they ever fear. So they swore they would defend the fields to the last drop of their blood. Clever manipulation. I wonder who put that idea into their heads. At any rate, they accepted it on faith. At least, until the massacre of Rashantur.
Yeah, I may have slightly read ahead and saw massacre of Rashantur, and I thought, well, that bodes well. Great. Okay. Improvised divine spear.
This spear, modelled on Nezha's own, was found buried in scorched soil. Note the size. Records of the attack are nigh impossible to find. Not surprising. The massacre was almost certainly covered up to protect what the Corpus regarded as sensitive business practices. Imagine the children, Tenno, wearing their pathetic cyandanas, bearing flimsy weapons, but with heads high, as warriors. Think of them rushing at their far superior foes without fear, and imagine what those foes did. To this day, the fields of Rashantur cannot be ploughed. The blades of ploughs are dented and destroyed by an earth that, still, remains thickly seeded with shot and shells and the cold brass teeth of war. But that is not why the event is called the Massacre of Rashantur. The children charged, the Corpus took easy aim, not one child's heart fluttered. And then... flame!
Flame! Oh! Shit! Okay. Next one. Tell me more.
The Corpus surveyor, Yena Zasperin, says she found a solitary child wearing this helmet in the midst of a charnel field of remains. But they were the remains of Corpus troops. Some dismembered, some impaled, all burned. Nezha did it, the boy said calmly. He flew down from the sky and tore the enemy asunder with wheels of flame. When a child fell, he would raise them up again.
Hell yeah.
Nezha moved quick as a scimitar, and the earth burned where his feet touched. Now the others had gone with Nezha, part of his celestial army. The boy had stayed behind to tell the story. To Zasperin, the boy was merely traumatized. The massacre, probably a mutiny within the Corpus ranks. But Rashantur has been excavated, and every single one of the thousands of blackened bones that were gene-tagged had belonged to an adult.
Gene-tagged as well. Ah, what an image of the children standing steadfast as Nezha plummets from the skies in this whirling flame like a dervish of fire and fury, just decimating all of the Corpus troops, incinerating them. Astronaut, you beat me to it. Like, I've not ever had a compulsion to go and play Nezha, like, ever. Like, I'm just so busy playing other things, but hearing about this makes me now want to go play Nezha and to, like, do him justice. Do you know what I mean? It's so well done. I wish I could get more people to check out the Leverian. Again, I wish I knew the stats internally of how many people interact with this. But, like, what a great way to showcase the frames and just make them more appealing. So good.
And at last we meet Nezha face to face in all his unquestionable reality. Did this Warframe model itself on the myths to take on the mantle of a mythic hero, or were the myths left in the Warframe's wake, a blazing trail to light the way? History will always be some manner of educated guesswork, and occasionally one of faith. Perhaps in some deeper stratum, we will find the lost children of Rashantur, sad little clusters of bones, not saved at all. But I have faith we will not. I leave you with this. Why do you suppose it was the child soldiers that Nezha chose to protect? Any war has its innocent casualties, but these seem to have called to him. What could a Warframe, a lethal specialist warrior, possibly have in common with a child?
Yeah.
That riddle, I fear, must remain a riddle.
I don't think there are any relations, are there? Like, there's no children whatsoever involved in the story of the Warframes. Yeah, that's so bizarre, isn't it? Anyway, I probably shouldn't speak so convincingly in case someone's like, does he know about the operator? Does he know? Yeah. That's the stuff. The doubt about the evil of the Orokin? Good morning, hello there. Will this be uploaded? This is gonna exist on YouTube. It'll be part of the playlist. Yeah, so it'll be there for people to watch as a VOD, should they be interested. Again, I've never really played Nezha, so let me just... we're gonna go back and do more Leverian. I just want to quickly see, what abilities does Nezha have? Whoa! Slide faster and go further? Firewalker. Blaze a trail of flames, scorching enemies and cleansing allies, teleporting blasts to the landing area with a ring of fire. Blazing Chakram. Hurl a flaming ring that sets enemies ablaze, making them vulnerable to any damage. Flaming enemies drop restorative orbs on death. Charge to amplify the power of the ring and reactivate to instantly travel to the ring's location. Okay. Warding Halo. Create a protective ring of fire. It also stuns and damages enemies who get too close. I played Ember Spirit a lot in Dota. Nezha reminds me of Ember Spirit. Like, a lot. Oh my god. I need to play Nezha badly. T-Dog, it has, buddy. How are you? Welcome on in. Firewalker is so thematically fun, but it is his weakest ability. It looks kind of silly in here. Like, the way he runs is kind of like me when I'm going to the toilet and I'm holding it in. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't scream warrior. It screams, I gotta piss. So, Divine Spears. Impale enemy or nearby enemies on spears that erupt from below. Activate again to slam surviving enemies back into the ground. Cool. Yep, okay. I need to play Nezha. That's what I'm learning. I mean, Firewalker is mostly to make you run fast, but I think when you're playing Nezha, if the passive is about sliding further and faster, you kind of want to be doing that, right? As opposed to running. The augment, I thought that, Astronaut, yeah. Firewalker is a good, decent side grade to Volt Speed as I see it. His one is good for the status cleanse at least. Ah, that was really cool. Nezha is an incredibly powerful nuke frame. Who else do we have? Who's next? Leverian, Novash, Nezha, Lavos. And then we've only got one more. Styanax. Until I unlock Atlas. Okay. Oh, wow. Look how much... Oh, you really do. Whoa! That is very quick. That's insane. All right, Lavos, another one of these frames that I own and haven't really played a whole lot of. Yeah, sorry, Lavos. I don't know what was happening to me when I made this appearance. I must have been having a bad day. What is this? Don't pay attention to that. Let's let's overwrite that a little bit. Lavos helmet. Oh, it's the normal. Okay. And then we do have the Chimera skin or whatever. Yeah, we'll give that a go. Attachments. What do we got in here? Oh, the different shoulder guards, but I'm using the vials. I see. I see. Okay. No ephemera selected. Let's do something like that. And then if we go to energy, we'll make that more of a luminous green. Infested. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's the stuff. We've also got a little growth on our neck. Let's sort that. We haven't done the Dagoth lore yet. That is still something I need to do. Remove cyst. Whereabout are you again, Andy? I'm bringing the family across the pond later this evening. Land in the morning. T-Dog, if you can believe it. I'm boarding a plane for the first time in nearly 7 years. This weekend. So I'm not going to be in the country. But I'm East Coast based. For what it's worth. Okay, let's go over and see what we can do. Leverian Lavos. All I know is he primed
the
himself.
Leverian is always open. Care to leave something to help keep the lights on?
Drusus. Of course. Chat said I wouldn't do it. Guys.
This is too much, but I will accept it. Lavos,
I'll
the
regret that.
transmuter, called by some anachronistically
I'll regret that.
the alchemist. Transmutation, you say? A superstitious process from long ago in which deranged old men heated stinking substances over fires of dung, thinking they could make gold? No. To the Orokin, it was a darkly potent, forbidden science. They were not squeamish, nor moral. So what profound taboos must this art have violated? No transmuter was more dreaded than Yavi, the crawling serpent, the abhorred, the filth speaker. The Orokin feared him so greatly that they whispered he might somehow survive even the Jade Light.
We
just
know
as the
of
severed
Yavi.
snake was once believed to grow a new head. So instead, he was imprisoned that his evil might be contained, if not quenched. His jailer was a brute of a warframe named Lavos.
We know of Yavi. I think it was in last week's offerings, wasn't it? There was a helmet that was on sale which once belonged to Yavi? There's a decoration too. Curious. Very curious. Okay. There's a whole lineup of Yavi fan merch at the Baro rotation. Lavos's serpents.
The prison of Dabaoth Kra no longer stands. Both it and the slumped Venusian mountain peak upon which it stood were long ago obliterated. We have only records to tell us what went on there. Yavi was a scrawny, hairless man, scaly with skin disease. In reluctant recognition of his Archimedean status, he was permitted to wear the white robe. Now, a befouled, ragged garment. 2 tattooed serpents crawled up each bony arm from elbow to wrist. Lavos, we are told, was attentive to his prisoner. He administered the prescribed soup, water, and beatings with the same punctual fidelity. These are recreations of Lavos's own snakes. No mere tattoos, but living, bioferrous exoflesh.
It does make me wonder about what kind of document or documents they have behind the scenes for all of this background lore. The prison of Dabaoth Kra, I don't know how he worded it, no longer stands. Both it and the slumped Venusian mountain peak upon which it stood were long ago obliterated. Like, I imagine a lot, like, again, I don't know, and I'm not going to ask them, but I imagine a lot of this is written on a you know, Leverian by Leverian basis. I don't think prior to them thinking, oh yeah, we'll do a Lavos Leverian, all of this was penned out somewhere. But I do wonder if in the process of writing all of this background embellishment, they do begin to populate and create lore which can then be used later. I think the main lore writer spoke last TennoCon about it. It's all written in a physical book on parchment made of human skin. You had me in the first half, Luke. I'm not gonna lie. Vitum Sayandana.
Observers at the prison reported
I'll have to watch
that
last
Yavi
year's lore
was
panel, yeah.
frequently
That'd be
whispering
fun.
to Lavos. There was some concern among the wardens, but they dismissed the whispers as mere posturing. Yavi's cell walls began to fill up with scrawlings, using blood and filth as ink. At first, these were simple symbols, but as time passed, they became more elaborate. It was as if the Archimedean was turning his cell into a demonic temple,
Wow.
baiting his captors. There was even an image of Lavos, resplendent in his Sayandana of office. Perhaps an attempt at a curse. Lavos was ordered to beat him harder, and duly did so. With the blood on the wall, Yavi drew a snake, an appeal, no doubt, to his depraved idol. Floor washer Bekran Zaft, the sole survivor of Dabayoth Kra, would later tell of how Lavos would stride from cell to cell, weighty shotgun in hand, clubbing and beating as required. The nightmares still haunted her.
There's a very fun piece of decor you can get dedicated to Bekran Zaft. No way. What's it called? Can we quickly search it in here? Bekran, no. Zaft, no. Yavi Evolution, Genome, Luminosity. Let me get all of these. We'll have a look at these. Yavi, Luminosity. I've only seen one of these ever appear, I think, in one of the Baro shops. So, Evolution. I mean, God almighty, it's very hard to see against a black background. Okay. Genome. Luminosity. And Ophiuchus? I don't know. Bekran Zaft's equipment. Let's have a look. Bekran. No, it's not coming up. Maybe it's maybe I gotta go over to the shop then to find it. Or I can go to the wiki. I'm gonna do that. Bekran Zaft's. I found a picture of it on sorry, I found a picture of it, and it is on a forum thread called Mop and Bucket Lore ? And it's people discussing the lore of the bucket and the mop. Oh god. My people. Here we go. Here we go. I'll bring it over to the notes. Where are the notes? Do I need to do this? I'll put them in the bottom here. I know we've kind of ruined this a little bit. There you go. Bekran Zaft's equipment, or Bekran Zaft, a replica of the very mop and bucket Bekran Zaft was holding when she witnessed the transmutation of the spoilers, of the remains of Archimedean Yavi by Lavos. Well, we'll get to that bit. There you go. Okay. And it is a primed bucket. Look. It's all gold. That's funny. Didn't they do like a primed something for April Fool's one year? Like a primed grate, was it? Koruata's helmet.
The Warden's records reveal an increasing unease with Yavi's bizarre behavior. Regardless of the potential risk, they determine that he should be executed.
Pedestal Umbra?
After a fashion. They would use cellular reversal,
Ooh.
Yavi would be reduced to a mere biological pulp with no more sentience than bread mold. But the executioner, no jailer wanted to be the pobber to bell that cavat. So Lavos received this ceremonial helm, along with the power to reconfigure organic matter. He could be their instrument. The walls, floor, and ceiling of the cell were, by now, overwritten with text. Lavos watched over Yavi continually. Bekran Zaft tells us that, curiously, Lavos no longer beat the prisoners in the other cells. Even when the inmates shoved one of their hated fellows into his path, expecting a bloody beatdown, Lavos merely waited for him to get back to his feet before moving on.
John, that would be kind of fun. John says, you know what would be a funny video concept? Andy reading old forum posts of people talking about lore back then. I'd love to see what people were coming up with. I think the first time I really got into theory crafting about video games was after Warcraft 3, playing World of Warcraft and theory crafting about the gods, about Armenthul, about Sargeras. I love that kind of stuff. It's all anything and everything I ever theorized back then is completely gone at this point. But still, like, yeah, I'd be curious to see. But I'd stress I wouldn't be doing it out of mockery. I'd be doing it out of, like a curiosity to see where people's minds went. It's no fun to be like, ha, look at these guys. They don't know. What fools. Transmutation probe.
What actually was this forbidden practice of transmutation that terrified the Orokin so? At its pinnacle, it was nothing less than the purposeful elevation of consciousness. To the Orokin, prisoners of their endless golden dream, the thought that a person could rise above their station was anathema. Transmutation could turn commoners into kings, or riches into garbage. Worst of all, it could teach people not to be afraid. I have seen a preserved image of Yavi's cell. His scrawlings were not demonic sigils and barbarous texts, but star charts, evolutionary trees, genome structures. Yavi was not defying Lavos with these cryptic daubings in his own blood. He was enlightening him. Not dark sorcery at all, but radiant science. And the snake? A symbol not of corruption, but of healing. Yavi was a teacher. He might have taught millions. Now he had only one student. But that student was attentive.
This is awesome. This is really cool. I think for me, the bit at the beginning
the
here...
Warden's records reveal an increasing unease.
I'll pause it because we didn't want to hear him say it all again. This bit here, they would use cellular reversal. Yavi would be reduced to a mere biological pulp with no more sentience than bread mold. Like, we know that they had some barbaric, torturous methods which they employed. But the idea that they could just turn a sentient being into just a pile of cells? Human soup? Yeah, if anything, the Jade Light feels like a mercy. To be obliterated like that instantly, as opposed to becoming, again, human soup. Like, oy, oy, oy.
Lavos no. Bekran Zaft says this of Execution Day. The jailers gathered in the auditorium with a slow,
I think that, yeah, you're right.
funereal tread. Lavos escorted Yavi to the execution dais. He gently raised a hood over Yavi's head, cobra-like. He turned, then, to face the Orokin Warden, shotgun trembling in his mighty hands. The silence, Zaft says, was absolute. But then, from beneath the hood, came a whisper. Yavi had some final words for his student. The Orokin jailer shifted uncomfortably, looked to his functionaries. Would the execution even take place? Lavos gave a stiff bow to Yavi and activated his power. Yavi's skin peeled off in one grisly sloughing. He liquefied into a biological soup. A cheer went up from the assembled jailers. Lavos gathered the remains of Yavi tenderly in his hands. A soft glow emanated from them, as, in one horrible moment, Yavi's Orokin oppressors realized what they beheld. And then, panic. Lavos was transmuting the remains. A twining, living snake seethed up Lavos's left arm. Yavi, transformed, and still, after a fashion, alive, just as they had feared. A second snake coiled around his right arm, this one sprouting from Lavos's own flesh. Then, Lavos leapt into the midst of the assembly, hurling vials left and right, bathing the hapless, screaming jailers and functionaries and their warden in icy vitriol. Not one survived. Not for long, anyway. And Bekran Zaft? Lavos bowed to her and moved on.
This session is just giving me so many things to add to my to-do list. Why are they gonna make him sound so cool? And I know you got, and you are right. They did describe the Jade Light as a merciful way of executing, but I thought that was very tongue-in-cheek. Like, oh, to be killed by the Jade Light is a mercy, and I thought, oh yeah, of course it is. Like being vaporized by this powerful energy. Yeah, that sounds really great. But yeah, now that I'm looking at the alternatives, I realize they weren't joking. Yeah, bloody hell. That's so cool. So wait. Was it his right arm or his left arm which was his?
Bekran Zaft says this of execution
Okay,
day.
so Yavi is his left arm.
Gathered in the...
That's Yavi on his left arm.
They say that Lavos often takes counsel from his serpents. One is his brutal advisor, the other his wise teacher. Both have their wisdom, and Yavi still whispers to his beloved student. Much like the snake, Lavos is easy to misjudge. The serpents that poison can also cure. He may have been a monster in his previous life, but he was able to achieve something that eluded the most powerful of the Orokin. He changed. Moreover, he changed himself. Yavi may have helped and instructed, but the will to change must have begun with Lavos. Perhaps we all have that golden gleam coiled within us somewhere, ready to slither forth from its old skin. We must only beware that we do not condemn as devilish that which we do not yet understand.
Oh, why they stop making every frame just so cool. Where is the Prex card in here? Let me see if I can find it. I'm gonna sniff it out. And if I can't find it on my return journey, then I will look to you guys for assistance. Come on, I gotta be able to find it. Come on. Again, if I get back to the beginning and I haven't found it, then I will turn to you guys for some help. So far, it's not going well. I'm not finding it at the minute. It's probably super obvious. Is it back here? No. Oh god, I'm not gonna find it. And it'll be in like the most obvious location as well, and I'm gonna facepalm so hard. Oh god, okay, I'm basically back at the beginning. You're hot, you're cold. Sniff, sniff. Great. It's in the donation box. I am... I'm pissed. I cannot believe that. Never mind. All right. Do we have another one to look at? Leverian... Styanax, yes. And then we'll watch the anime trailer. We'll watch the anime trailer afterwards. Okay. It's time to play Nipple Tassels. I mean... Styanax. Sorry. Okay. Yes. Well, I don't have Atlas yet. So, watch the anime. It will spoil you. Watch first, please. If you say please, maybe I can acquiesce. Hold on. YouTube.com. Uno momento. What am I searching? Styanax anime. Mute in-game audio. Actually, is that going to work? Let's see. Hold on. Yeah, okay, we're good. One moment. Boop. Oh shit. Boop. One moment while I sort the cropping out here. Boop. 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 Okay. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go! It might be loud, and if it is, well,
He saved
sorry.
us. Me and my brother. Orphans of war. Brought us to this paradise.
This is 5 minutes long, and it's this quality. Okay, let's go back. Sorry.
Brought us to this paradise to join the others. Until we came of age. Until he summoned us. He called it Ascension Day. 5 years ago, Darrow went to him.
The Naga drums.
Now, it's my time.
In happier days, if you can describe them as happier.
My dear child, your ascension is at hand. Fear not. All the chosen before you have played their part in my vision. I have something beautiful to show you.
Liar. Where's my brother?
Clever Aria. That fire, that singular determination. Mine to wield. Behold, Leviathan.
Oh my
Brother
god.
is here, somewhere, like all the other chosen.
Oh my
You
god.
alone will be its driving force. Get in.
I'm not alone.
Whoa! Here we go.
It's over.
A warframe? A relic. I will have to show you the future myself.
This animation is so good, guys.
To think I almost wasted this gift on you!
Darrow.
visual.
Goodbye, Darrow.
Wow.
We'll keep you close, Tenno.
Wow, 2022? That was seriously cool. Like, my cheeks hurt from smiling watching that. You know? What is so special about the animation as well is just how colorful it is. Like, it's so good. Yeah, I need to play more Styanax too. That's how I'm feeling. Oh, wow. Styanax Prime this year. Is it really gonna happen though? The same studio, yeah, you can tell. And it feels like even they have ramped up their own quality. Like if you compare the pacing of this and the Constellations one, well, they're both still phenomenal. Like you can tell how they've honed their craft. That was really good. Really, really good. This is probably my favorite shot. That's just how colorful it is. There was a moment back here as well where there's a lot of chromatic aberration. I think it was just as Styanax began to run away here. Like all of the chromatic aberration, you see this a lot in the Constellations trailer as well. Here. Like, look at the way they've shaded with the reds and the purples and the blues. Like, it's just so unique. Genuinely beautiful. Andy, after every single one of these, I need to play this frame more. Yeah. Wouldn't it be great if they made this like a yearly thing? Like, collaborating with The Line to produce another anime short. And again, it's very wishful thinking, but what if they could go ahead and do like a crowd-funded, like, hey, let's work with The Line and we can produce like a 5-episode, half an hour long per episode series. Like, I don't know, I like thinking about these grand ideas because I just want it so badly. I'd pay. I don't know what I'd pay, but I'd pay. I'd pay a good bit for this yearly. I mean, they're not that far from a yearly video. They're not really, are they? I just think like multimedia things as well also help bring in new players. Like I imagine a lot of people have seen this trailer or, you know, the one for Constellations. And even if they've had no passing interest beforehand, watching something like that will probably and has probably made them go, oh, actually, I should play that. I should give that a go. Rain, one day. How are you, by the way, Rain? Lovely to see you. I saw a couple people asking me to check my mail. Hiss. Oh, are you broke? Yo! What? Hiss what? Dude, hold on. That's bugged? Read the text? What? What's happening? Inbox. 7-day credit booster. 7-hander. Hi, Andy. Hi, chat. I love this skin as well. Yo! 7-hander! This game has no bugs. This game has no bugs. 7-hander, thank you very much. for the Caliban Orfeo collection. Hold on. We've got to go look at this before I could have gone in. Let's have a look. Caliban. Specifically Caliban Prime. Appearance. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There we... Oh, yeah. That's the stuff. That is so cool. And then in here, we have the Orfeo Scapulus, or we can have the... Yo. Yo, wait a second. Wait a second. Oh, that's kind of cool, actually. And then Herodotus Ephemera? Oh, I've looked at this on and off for quite some time. Hell yeah. I might leave it off for now, just because I like to see him. Hell yeah. That's awesome. Thank you very, very much, Seven-Hander. Do I have anything in here that would work? I mean, honestly, I probably just want to let the helmet do the talking. Yeah, I'll let the helmet do the talking. That is so cool. Ah, it's sick. Check the floor while using the ephemera. Oh, you mean the Herodotus one? Hold on. Let me go get it. Appearance. Attachments. Herodotus ephemera. Check the floor. Do I have to Hell yeah. That's sick. I think that this skin is so well designed. I love it. Is that Bloodborne? Seven-Hander, thank you. If it weren't for the fact that I need to go and dive into this next Leverian, can you believe we've almost done all of the Leverian, and we're 3 hours 40 minutes deep? When the hell and how the hell did the time fly? Caliban, attachments, ephemera. I did do the grid, that's true. Before we continue, hold on, I'm gonna hit random colors a few times. Oh my god. Oh! Whoa! Oh! Yo! That's sick! Guys, wow! That'll do. That'll do. The game made in black and red and gold for me. I'll take that. I'll take that. Oh! Yo! Oh, what? That is a very satisfying bullet jump sound. That's good. Okay, yeah, I know we need to go back on over to Styanax before we go in. Let me go to a different appearance tab. There's nipple. There's nipples. And for those of you who are like, wait, what? Nipples? Yeah, look, nipples. They're big. They're huge. We do have the Styanax Ares skin, which I think might be my favorite. I really like the Ares skin, but I like Mr. Nipples too. They're called Styanips? My bad. Sorry. That's my fashion, but inverted, although I tried to nail the completely accurate sentient metallic. Oh, that'd be cool. I'm an Ares, enjoy myself. Hashtag free the nip. I'm just doing my bit, guys. Just doing my bit. But no, jokes aside, I do think he looks incredible. Really, really cool. What does he look like if I then apply the nipple tassels? Oh, but now I'm covering them. They need to be free. They need to feel the wind. That's better. I might actually just give him the normal never mind. I was going to say the normal helmet, but it looks so small. Let's go for this one. That's fine. All right, let's go get involved. God, he's so chiseled. Look at that tushy. Oh my god, it's so tight. he's been working on the glutes. He looks very naked. Those aren't his tassels, though. Wait. What? There are other tassels I could equip? What, is it under here? Oh! Huh. Okay. It's one of those things, you know. When I fought Vor in the tutorial, this image right here was... I just never imagined I'd see it in this game, you know? Damn, my nip hurts. That's such a wild thing to read. Damn, my nipples hurt.
You are a friend, Tenno, and a champion of posterity.
Thank you, Drusus. I'd give you money, but I'm out. The game can't compute that someone's trying to give 1 credit. This has never happened before. It's like, wait, what? You have no money. Unknown error. My request to DE is have that say, what is it from Suikoden? What does Suikoden say? There's a minigame in Suikoden. Oh, are you broke? That's it. If you play the minigame in Suikoden and you have no credits, the character who you're playing with says, oh, are you broke? In a really condescending manner. Let's ignore that. Pretend you didn't see that. Styanax.
Styanax, the hoplite, the spear carrier, the shield bearer, the hero. We all know the story of Styanax and Leviathan. How wily Arya outwitted the cult leader they called the philanthropist and called her Warframe ally down into the very heart of his monstrous laboratories. And no wonder, because these events did not happen in some distant epoch, in the times of the Orokin Fall, the Great Unraveling, the Age of Despots, or the Smaragdine Concord.
The Smaragdine Concord?
Surprisingly recently.
You just lore vomited all over me. Orokin Fall, the Great Unraveling, the Age of Despots, or the Smaragdine Concord? What is that? Wait, what? That was a classic Concord, one of my favorites. Don't worry, I'm going to be putting all of this into my notes, but I realized I'd just be doubling my stream time. It's all going to go in there. The philanthropist. There he is. There he is.
We have so many monsters. Every child in Orokin times heard legends of the Belligaunt, the Slather, and the venomous Thrax. Those were only stories, but one was real. Its creator was dubbed the Philanthropist. A corpus renegade, he established a cult in a formerly desolate region, in a location which I have agreed to keep secret to deter would-be looters and amateur archaeologists.
Okay.
The site was never abandoned, you see, and one person's historical curiosity is another's beloved home.
Okay.
With science, this philanthropist ensured ever more bountiful harvests and secured himself both gratitude and worship. Legend says he would travel the system, seeking out parentless children to shelter and educate. But this apparent charity concealed a darker purpose.
Yeah, we're on Styanax at the minute, and the T-Hutch. God damn it, Andy, what don't you have? I'm trying to gift you. Don't gift me anything. Maybe, pick a random member of chat and gift them a little something. Maybe. Don't worry about me. I appreciate the generosity, though, even though you've not sent anything. I do appreciate it. Tharos.
The shield of Styanax, emblematic of his vow to protect those in danger. Young Arya was certainly in danger, and well she knew it. Along with her older brother, Darrow, she was one of the philanthropist's chosen. When they came of age, they will be summoned for a ceremony called Ascension Day, at which they would be taken to dwell with the philanthropist in eternal paradise. Certainly, none of those taken were ever seen again. I do not know how Styanax became Arya's protector, but I am certain Arya knew that when the philanthropist came for her, her ally would be waiting in the shadows.
So we know that there are other Tenno operating out there. Like, that's canonized. Though it's kind of hard to grasp it when we're like the Lotus's chosen for a lot of what we're experiencing. I wonder if we'll ever get the opportunity to interact with these other Tenno. You got to think, at the moment, you've got the Drifter who's got all of his, pen pals. But the Operator is, rather unfortunately, kind of alone. And he doesn't have an opportunity to, well, he in my case, she for others, of course, or they for others. Not that I'm not saying make the Kim system so my Operator can date other Tenno, but just to, like, imagine if the Operator could have some fellow Tenno pen pals, and they can share, like, stories of little adventures they've gone on, maybe, and their opinions on the Corpus, you know? Who do you prefer to fight, the Corpus or the Grenier? The Corpus are kind of annoying. The Grenier, yeah, it's kind of sad what happened to them, you know, and just, like, have some banter. 10 pals, I like that. I like that, right, Lex? Yeah, who do you prefer to mass murder, out of interest? Yeah, that could be fun. I was thinking about it recently when people were like, "What? Why can the Operator not join the Kim system?" I'm glad that the Operator isn't the predominant sort of focal point of the Kim system. I'm glad that's the Drifters. But yeah, I'd like to see a little bit more.
This was
Operator
the fate
love.
of the Chosen, to be merged together into a single monstrous mass. Leviathan. What possessed the philanthropist to create such a travesty? We can only speculate. But we know that he had been studying the infestation, and that he believed Warframes to be weak and obsolete. Perhaps he craved domination over others. Perhaps he yearned to create new life. Life over which he alone was God.
I will say,
he was too much of a coward to pilot
sorry,
the
I thought
thing
it was
himself. That was to be Arya's role. But Arya called upon Styanax, who, if the ruins of the temple roof are any indication, made an explosive appearance. Faced with the certainty of defeat, the philanthropist clambered into Leviathan and took command of it.
Hell yeah. Well, apparently it's not Daryl, it's Darrow. I misheard it, and I think even the subtitles said Daryl, but it's Darrow. D-A-R-R-O. Darl. Coral. Anyway, what was I gonna say? Operator, I don't know. Oh, I did a Kim conversation earlier on a whim. I know, I need to record them. I did an Operator, Kim conversation earlier, and it involved Eleanor and I talking about the previous Zariman projects, 1 through 9. And that's a question I've wanted an answer to for a long time. I cheated on you, I know, I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. I thought just a little tipple. Kim on a whim. that could be like a new slot in the stream, yeah. But no, we were talking about the unmanned operations that, you know, spanned 1 through 9. And I was like, okay, I'm glad we have an answer to that, because that was a big one for me. Was wondering what may have happened to the previous Zariman expeditions. So yeah, they were all unmanned drone projects as ordained by the Orokin.
Sketches of the Sinmora helmet were discovered among Arya's possessions, implying Styanax had a different earlier appearance. Arya must therefore have been in contact with Styanax long before her Ascension Day. But how? There is a story that crops were found flattened in those fertile fields in the shape of a lotus flower. Not easily visible from the ground, but detectable by an automated satellite. Styanax was there to defend Arya, and defend her he did.
So it's like
Colossal fist met unyielding shield again
the bat
and again.
signal.
With agility and endurance, the Warframe outpaced his towering foe. As the Warframe and the monstrosity did battle, Arya
that's such a
saw
cool idea.
a familiar face among the multitude. Her brother, Darrow. His blank eyes showing no sign of recognition.
The idea that putting the lotus flower symbol in a visible location serves as this sort of symbol of resistance, a declaration of needing aid, and to be like, again, a bat signal of sorts for Tenno throughout the system. But I wonder who is transmitting that information. I wonder who the other Tenno, if anyone, who would they report to, if not the Lotus? Or is the Lotus, you know, also chatting with them on the side? I don't really know. But for it to be visible via satellites, is there like this group out there who are, you know, running some sort of peacekeeping task force alongside the Tenno to go throughout the Origin system and help in these situations? Tenno customer service? Yeah. Astra, I know, and you know, if you go back to the very first dev stream they ever did, I don't know which of the devs said it, but there was the 4 of them on the couch, plus Reb. And one of the questions they were asked, and bearing in mind, this is 13 years ago, one of the very first questions they asked and answered on that dev stream was, will we ever visit other systems? And they said very, very, you know, clearly, not for a long time. Like, there's so much story here in the Origin system that they want to explore first. And I think they even went on to say, you know, like, if you just start going to other systems, you dilute the importance of a location, because suddenly it's like, well, that's one of many. It doesn't matter what's going on there because I've got this one and that one and this one. But by staying in the Origin system for over a decade, you all get to, well, we've all, you guys more than me because I'm still new, better immerse yourself in the history of this place, and you grow to appreciate, again, the history, the people, the customs, the world building more than you would if it was one of several systems you could go to. And just to think that, you know, 13 years later, or we'll be closer to 14, there will be another system. However that develops, we just know it's Tau, but what will that look like? We'll have to find out. TennoCon is a month and a half away, ish. That's kind of crazy. Isn't that kind of crazy?
As Styanax struck and struck again with the Apprentice, making little headway against the relentless Leviathan.
I feel that too.
A final desperate scream from Arya achieved the impossible. It awoke Darrow. From out of those thousands of fused bodies, a single mind was suddenly saying, no.
No!
Latching his remaining arm around his tormentor's throat with the very last of his life's strength, the doomed Darrow distracted the philanthropist long enough for Styanax to act. One last act of love and protection for his sister. But the Warframe hesitated. It seems he understood the importance of Darrow's rebellion. If one mind could turn upon its master, why not all of them? With but a gesture, he gave the captive minds their freedom. Suddenly awakened and aware of their hellish plight, the damned townspeople tore at the philanthropist's exposed face, the Leviathan's body coming apart as arms broke free from the mass, clawing for revenge. Together, they dragged the screaming philanthropist down, rending and tearing. In that moment, we can be assured the philanthropist knew the depth of his failure, his defeat. Without worshippers, a god is nothing. And Styanax delivered the final, merciful stroke.
Heck yeah. Heck yeah. I've decided that Daryl is now canonically his name. That's legally binding. Styanacted. Well done, Caesar moment. Too bad Offentis in-game is not this epic. I don't think I even own Offentis yet. Yeah, Lupin, it's good. Really good. And it's funny because earlier I was saying about how I'd love to see some of the previous Leverians that I've been looking at earlier today animated in the way they animated the Constellations teaser trailer. I didn't know the Styanax animation was based off of this. So yeah, obviously putting those trailers together is one, expensive, two, time intensive. Like, there's probably much better things they can be, you know, utilizing their budget on than, you know, going back to a Leverian from 10 years ago and animating it. But in a world of infinite possibilities and, you know, via eternalism, there is a world where the rest of them have been... Wait. Ha-ha! There we go. I got it. Easy. Nice. Back down we go. Styanax was special because he was the 50th Warframe. We're on 64 now, aren't we? And we're soon going to be the 65. Which is exciting.
Imagine the horror the non-chosen felt in the aftermath. Fear, uncertainty, and above all, unquestioned habit had allowed a monster to flourish. Arya took over the cult and made it a community instead.
I was going to ask what happened to the cult.
They still thrive to this day.
Or the community.
Also, it is claimed, Styanax is the story's hero. But it was Arya's courage that summoned him. All revolutions begin when one voice dares to say, I will not. Somehow, across the dark reaches, Styanax saw that courage burning bright and swore it would not stand alone. I would visit Arya's temple myself, but I am indisposed at present. A long-standing condition. All donations are, of course, appreciated.
I gave you every last credit I had, Drusus, okay? In an attempt to manifest more of these. God, yeah, these are so good. So high quality as well. The writing, the voice acting work, even these unique murals they put in, so good. So good. Yeah. Again, in a dream world, and thanks to eternalism, there's a world out there where every Warframe has a Leverian. We just need to find a way to harness the void to make manifest that in our world. And we can experience them all. But God, that was good, guys. I've had a really fun time looking through all of those. I know we didn't get to look at atlases, and I'm fine with that because I do still need to do Which one is it? Is it the Jordas Precept? Yeah. I need to do the Jordas Precept, and then I'll unlock Atlas. And then when I've unlocked Atlas, we can go and do his Leverian entry, I think. Makes sense. Yeah, it's spooky. No, I get it. I see. Atlas, the big rock puncher. He looks very cool. He does look very cool. Andy, before we leave, I've not done like really any farming Neon Phoenix, so it's not much. Andy, should you watch the animated trailer for Styanax to close the stream? We looked at it about 20 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago. If you're interested. Sorry. Have you done Varuna? We did Varuna when we unlocked Varuna, so it would have been a while back. 4 or 5 months ago. I've got to be going. I'd honestly love to stay and prolong, but it's my wife's birthday today, and I've not seen her all day, and it's now 6 o'clock. So, yeah. Sorry, guys. Otherwise, I would 100% would do Daggeth, would do Atlas, would do side missions, and everything would be great. But I have duties. I've got to go and be a doting husband to my lovely wife. So I'm going to stand here, turn around. That'll do. Guys, I hope you all have a lovely rest of your Friday. Hope you all have a lovely weekend. For those who are following along, Mr. Agrophobia, Panic Attack Man, that's me, is boarding a plane on Sunday. So, wish me luck. It's got to go well. So, yeah. If you're in the Discord, expect like there'll be a post probably at like 10 o'clock in the morning of me going, I did it. Hopefully. It's a really short flight, so... And that's it. That's it. If I can handle this, 10 Ocon will be easy. And by easy, I mean it'll still be difficult. Solo flying 8 hours halfway around the world, but still... It becomes a lot easier if I can handle this flight on Sunday. So, guys, I love and adore you all. We'll be back next week. I'm assuming I'll be doing a Warframe stream next week. I get home like late Wednesday. I'm planning to go live Thursday and Friday, but I mean, I should be fine. I don't think I'm gonna be like jet lagged, like at all. There's no time difference, so yeah. And Hellbinding, I know. The thing is, I'm not afraid of the flight itself. I've just got travel panic. It's very subconscious and, you know, silly. But we'll get there. We'll get there. Anyway, I love and adore you all. I am going to run because, yes, it is my wife's birthday and I haven't seen her. And, yes, I will order a takeout. Courtesy of all... It's your 28th wedding anniversary. Sophie, congratulations. Have a lovely day. Yeah. Thank you all for the support today. I will see you all next week. And for now, I will leave you to your Fridays. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for enjoying the Leverian. I don't know what the plan is for next Friday, but keep your eyes peeled. I don't know. We'll figure it out.